kule tulikosaidiwa na kikombe cha chai hakutafungwa. Kwa hivyo ukisikia machengelele yameanza kuchemka, tafadhali kabla tukufanyie first aid una faint, teremka polepole, utapata msaada. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Wajua machengelele yakichemka basi kwisha. So kama utasikia kwamba you need to take something, please gently walk down, you'll be served, then unarudi na tunaendelea. Nazidi tu kuongea kwa sababu you can see we have these seats, they are empty. Tulipokuwa tunapanga hii room tulijua kwamba hivi vitu vyote vitajaa. Sasa tunajaribu kuwasubiri hao wenzetu ambao bado wako nje ili tuanze. Wale wako nje tafadhali, ni ninyi tunawasubiri, njooni tuanze kazi. In the interest of those who are coming in, please ensure that you have your green t-shirt on. We are streaming live this session, and that means we can be seen all over the world. Any member of Waumini Circle, from wherever they are, can follow these proceedings, and it will only be kind that we all appear in uniform. As you can see in the front here, we are all in white, which is still our color, our branded shirts. You have a branded t-shirt, please put on that t-shirt. That is our humble request. And without much ado, I think now I'll surrender this mic to the responsible person. Kama kijana mdogo, I must take a rest and kunywa uji kidogo.
Thank you, Maurice. Our delegates, our staff, the board members, our priests, and all people present, ministry officials, good morning. Good morning once more. Turn to your right and greet your neighbor. Karibisha jirani yako, mwambie karibu sana. Karibisha jirani yako, mwambie karibu sana. As we want to begin our meeting today, I'll request that we all be upstanding. We will sing a short song, and then Father Vincent will open with a word of prayer. May the Spirit of the Lord come down, and may welcome Father Vincent to give us a word of prayer.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. O God, we thank you for bringing us together at this juncture, and we ask you to guide us through the power of the Holy Spirit. Guide our circle, protect and bless everybody within this circle. Bless the work they are doing. Grant them their wisdom. Give them that power of being integrity, whatever they are doing. Protect their circle from loss, and enable them, whatever they are doing, can benefit them, even for the service of others. We ask you all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. All saints of God, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father, and thank you for accepting to come so that we start this meeting with a word of prayer. Thank you. We'll have two board members escorting the priest as he goes. I kindly request those who are at the back to come in front because of the recording. Those who are at the far end, kindly come and fill these empty seats in the front. We are waiting for you to come. Those who are at the back, come and fill the front seats kindly so that we can have easy time for those who are taking the videos and those who are putting the information online. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo viongozi. Daima na milele. Nilikuwa nimesema kama kuna kiti kiko mbele yako na hakina mtu, tafadhali chongea mbele. Kujeni mbele tafadhali. The earlier we finish this exercise, the better for those who are coming from far to travel home. Si tuko pamoja? Yes. Kama kuna kiti mbele yako na bado umeketi, naomba usonge mbele. Najua kuna mwingine alikuwa anapenda kukaa nyuma, but for convenience, please just come in front. We are here for a very short moment, then we will go. Thank you very much for those who are coming. Asanteni sana kwa wale wamekubali kusonga. We can now continue. And as it was said, if you are not in a Waumini t-shirt, kindly put on your t-shirt because of this exercise of today. Thank you very much. It is now my humble request, my humble duty to welcome the chair so that we can begin our meeting officially. Thank you very much, and karibu sana, Chair.
esteemed delegates, our members of staff, board members present, good morning. Good morning, good people. God is good, and all the time, and that is his nature. Wow. So before I say anything, I just want to confirm that you guys look so good. Look amazing. Hello. And number two, so that we now make it an ADM, allow me to invoke the statutory provisions and our bylaws, so that as your chair, I declare our 44th annual delegates meeting on 15th March 2025 officially open. We agree? A round of applause. Awesome. Now that is, we are now officially in the ADM mode. Before I make my official remarks by giving the chairman's report, I want to first invite the Honorary Secretary to read notice convening this meeting. Honorary Secretary.
Good morning, leaders. Allow me to read the notice, because this is also what convenes us here. I'll read. Notice of the year 2024 Annual Delegates Meeting. Notice is hereby given that the 44th Annual Delegates Meeting of Waumini Co-Operative Savings and Credit Society Limited will be held on Saturday, 15th March 2025 at Consolata Shrine, Westlands, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The agendas include: number 1, reading of the notice calling for the 44th Annual Delegates Meeting. Number 2, confirmation of the minutes of the 43rd Annual Delegates Meeting. Number 3, Chairman's Report. Number 4, Supervisory Committee Annual Report. Number 5, approval of the 2024 Accounts and Auditors Report. Number 6, appropriation of 2024 surplus and declaration of dividends to members who are on the register as of 31st December 2024. Number 7, consideration and approval of year 2025-2026 budget. Number 8, special resolutions. This includes: A, to appoint an external auditor for the year 2025. B, to approve payment of interest on deposits and dividends for the year ended 31st December 2024. C, to approve honoraria for the year ending 31st December 2024. Agenda number 9, election to fill 3 board vacancies and 1 in the Supervisory Committee. Number 10, to transact any other business for which 15 days notice has been given to the SACCO. On this item, I can confirm that I have spoken with the CEO, and from the board, we have not received any other business to transact, but the questions you sent will be taken care of later by the chairman. NB, please note the following. Number one, only the qualified delegates will be allowed to the ADM upon presentation of delegate badge number. Number two, arrival time and registration will be 7:30 a.m. By order of the board, Peter Kimani-Ginya, Honorary Secretary. This notice is copied to Sub-County Cooperative Officer. Number two, the Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, SASRA. And number three, Mwangi and Kamwara Associates, LLP, Certified Public Accountants. I would like to have a proposer for this notice. Yes, my sister, please.
My name's Anna Chenopio from Kisumu. My delegate number is 20026. 0200.
Asante. If I got it right, 01479. 01479. Thank you. I now invite the chair to introduce the delegates present before we move to the minutes. Chair, karibu.
Thank you, our Honorary Secretary. I think now we have officially begun the program of the day, and I have a very humble duty to appreciate and recognize those present. And may I start with the different regions, how we do our education meetings. And I want to start with the Kisumu Archdiocese. Kisumu, you stand up, we appreciate you. Please a round of applause for Kisumu. Wow, it's quite a representation. Proud of Kisumu region. And next, the Archdiocese of Nyeri. People from the Nyeri region. Wonderful. Though we are talking about the host, there is a region that belongs to Nairobi, but they come from quite a distance. The people from Malindi and Mombasa. Please, if you may stand up. Malindi and Mombasa, that's the Archdiocese of Mombasa. Wonderful. And finally, our hosts, the people from the Archdiocese of Nairobi. Wow. Thank you so much. And maybe another unmentioned region. Anybody from the diaspora? Okay. Okay, the Nakuru team. The Nakuru team. Wow. I can see them, and my sister, led by my sister Anita. Thank you so much, na karibu sana. Now, allow me to request the CEO to introduce some of our members of staff, especially our heads of department and branches. Bwana CEO. Clap for him as he comes.
Asanteni sana. Good morning, members. Good morning, delegates. Mmekaribishwa hapa Nairobi. Now, staff of Waumini Sacco, kindly come forward. Most of them are doing the registration and the other work that are related to this work outside, but the few that are here, kindly come in. Okay, we'll proceed. On my left, we have Joyce. Maybe you could introduce yourselves, just say by saying the name.
Good morning, members. My name is Joyce Nzisa. I'm in Administration Office.
Good morning, Delegate. My name is Peter Monene and I work in the ICT department.
Mungu ni mwema. Ruth Kerubo in the Finance Office.
Thanks a lot, delegates. Let's proceed. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Bwana CEO and your team. It's such a huge team. I was very deliberate that our delegates get to know our heads of department, because this is a very important team. Having said that, may I now invite our board members to introduce themselves individually. May I start with our SC team, led by the Supervisory Chair, Van Wilson.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is John Wilson, chairing Supervisory Committee.
Hamjambo. Mpo. Mamblu. Mangilini. Mawaiti. Mimi naitwa Patrick Wandera, Secretary Supervisory. Karibuni nyote.
Good morning, leaders. God is good, and all the time. Allow me to wish you a Happy New Year. We've not met this year. Happy New Year. Glad to have you. My name is Mariana. I serve you as a member in the Supervisory Committee. Karibuni sana.
Thank you. That is our supervisory team. Please give them a round of applause. And may I invite now our board members, starting from my extreme left, my sister Rose.
Pilgrims of Hope, together in prayer. My name is Rose Achiego. I serve as the Chair Audit and also Secretary in the Committee, Education and Marketing Committee. I'm glad to see all of you here. Karibuni sana.
Mpigeni makofi tafadhali.
Fellow co-operators, good morning. Bwana asifiwe. Asifiwe tena. My name is Tom Muindi, currently serving in the Audit and the Education and Marketing Committee. Na nimefurahi sana kuwaona. Karibuni sana kwa hii county ya chapati. Tuliambiwa ziko. Yes, I'm looking forward to have an interactive, a successful, and a fruitful annual delegates meeting. It is a special day because this is the topmost decision-making organ session, and I'm looking forward to for us to make decisions that will elevate and move our circle to great heights. God bless you.
God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
Tusalimiane juu ya hewa tafadhalini. Tusalimiane tena. Pale kwa kona, tusalimiane kwa hewa. My names are Marcelinus Osiemo Ounde, aka Miscellaneous. I serve in the Finance and Admin Committee and in the Credit Committee. And I grab this opportunity to welcome you to the 44th Annual Delegates Meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, leaders. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati.
Mungu ni mwema.
Je, mnaamini hayo? Mnaamini? Kwa hivyo hata leo ni mwema. Sawa sawa. Nashukuru sana. Langu ni furaha kubwa sana kuona marafiki zangu ambao wengi hatujaonana kwa mwaka mzima. Tangu mwaka uliopita, tarehe kama ya leo ya ADM, nataka kuita tarehe ya ADM kwa kimakusudi. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio wakati tuliketi hapa na tukafanya jambo kubwa sana. Tukakubaliana tunasonga mbele kukuza waumini. Na tukasema waumini sako is a future. A future, let us not lose hope. Kama cooperators, kama leaders. Na ninafurahia sana. Mmekuwa na mjadala mzuri sana ambao umekuwa ukiendelea. Heko kwenu. Kongole kwa kila mmoja wenu. Kwa sababu hivi tu ndivyo tunaweza kufanya sako yetu kuwa kubwa zaidi. Mimi naitwa Peter Nginya. Wengi wananiita P. Nginya. I serve as Honorary Secretary and also Member Audit Committee. Asanteni.
Asante. Mungu ni mwema.
Kila wakati.
Kila wakati.
Mungu ni mwema.
Kwa kizungu tunasema God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good. And that is his nature. Wow.
I know my brother Zach is here. Kuna mahali kwingine tunasema Nyasaye ber. Hiyo inakaa tujaijua yote. Nyasaye ber. Sechete.
Nyasaye ber.
Thank you. So ukitoka hapo usome hiyo pia. Salamu ni nzuri ya kumsifu Yesu Kristo kutoka pande ile kidogo, but it's still the same language. So I'm happy to be here today. My name is Mureithi. I'm your treasurer. Nashukuru kuwa tuko hapa and we'll have a good time. So thank you so much. We'll have an opportunity to interact more. Asante.
Mungu yu mwema na kila wakati. Kuna mtu anijui? Kuna mtu anijui? So you are the only visitor in Jerusalem. Karibuni sana. Kwa niaba ya wale ambao pengine mmesahau, kijana mdogo. Kijana mdogo? Mimi naitwa Morris Otsieno. Na kazi yangu kwa hii miaka miwili kama miaka mitatu iliyopita ni kuhakikisha mmepata mikopo. Wangapi wana mikopo? How many? Mnaona we are not 100%. So wewe ambao una tatizo kama uliapply for a loan na hukupata, bahati mbaya pengine hukuwa na namba yangu, ni mimi ungeniuliza. Mimi ndio ninajibu. Si ni kweli? I chair the credit committee for the last about 2-3 years, and anything credit, please come to me up to now. But baada ya ADM, sijui mtaamua. Otherwise, karibuni sana, tuendelee pamoja.
Mpie kijana mdogo makofi. Thank you.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo.
Milele na milele. Amen.
Tumsifu tena.
Milele na milele.
Waumini sako. Waumini sako.
The future to believe in.
I'm Bibiana Shisanya. I am the Vice Chair of the board. I serve in Education Committee as the Chair and the signatory. Karibuni sana. And today I'll be the moderator of this event. Welcome.
Thank you, Tim. In case somebody had forgotten, now you have been reminded of their names and the number they play in the team. You have known who belongs to credit, who is in finance committee, who is in audit committee, who is in the marketing committee. Thank you so much, team. With that, it's now my very humble duty to request our Honorary Secretary once again to take us through minutes of the previous meeting.
Mungu yu mwema na kila wakati. Natumai sisi wote tulipata nakala yetu soft copy in good time. Kuna mtu ambaye hajasoma? Kuna mtu ambaye hajasoma? Kwa hivyo naona tumesoma wote. Kwanza nipate proposer. Yes, brother. Mpatie microphone, Bwana Mumo. Thank you. Seconder, yes.
Member number 032-859. I second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate. And therefore, I would like to invite the chairman. Is there any notable thing that we should correct? Can we go to page by page so that we move quickly? Page 9. That is the first page of our minutes. Yule ambaye hajafika hapo, page 9 is the first page of our minutes. Yes. And I request we restrict ourselves to those areas. Tukifika chairman's report, tutawapa muda. Sawa sawa. So twende page by page. Page 1, any concern? Inaonekana hakuna, kwa hivyo hiyo naweka tick. Page 2 ni page 10 of our document. Inaanzia minute 6 mpaka minute 9. Any concerns? Any concerns for the second time? Kama hakuna concern, for the third time, we put a tick on that. Page 3 of that document is page 11. On page 11, any notable changes we should make, be it spelling or something was not recorded properly for the first time, for the second, for the third, we are good to go. Asanteni. Page 4 and the last page of the minutes is page 12 of our document. Any concerns on this page? If there is no concern, I will put a tick on that we are content with it. Now, okay. Yes, brother Zachary.
I've seen what I wanted to correct. It was just, I thought Wilson's number was a membership number, but I can see. Sorry.
Thank you. Remember, no concern is not, every concern is valid. Sawa sawa, asanteni. As I invite the chair to take us through the chairman's report, I request we maintain the same spirit. Asanteni.
Thank you, our Honorary Secretary. Those who are directing our guests. Now, to the deeper discussions of the day. But before I do the official report, permit me to just give 2 or 3 observations outside the official discussion. The first one, I wanted to crack a joke, but one of the board members had cautioned me. He told me, Chair, if you did that cracking jokes, please never try that, especially during ADM. He knows himself. I asked him, what if I tell you a story? He said, maybe a story you can try, but even then, I'm not very sure. But that notwithstanding, I can still share some few observations. The first one, I was trying to reflect on our roles as leaders, especially at such a time like this. I don't know about you, but sometimes you will find yourself in a space and you're like, am I really doing the right thing? I don't know that I'm the only one who finds himself asking such a questions. Anybody who may share the same experience like me? Okay, we are very few. Number 2, sometimes I also say, am I alone in this? You know, those questions you ask yourself. Especially when you are in an environment that seems a little bit turbulent. Not so long ago, around 3 years ago or 4, we had quite a serious challenge in this country and globally called COVID. Tim, you remember that? And I remember that's the time, wonderful people, you made a decision that myself and some people were to join the board. And it was tough. And every time we were looking around, we were like, did we come in at such a wrong time? But we kept together. And by the grace of God, we seemed to come out of it. True, false? I remember at that time, our return was 6.5, if my memory serves me right. Is that the case? 6. Yeah, I've been corrected. It was 6. The subsequent year, by the grace of God and by your hard work, we moved to 8. Is that? We moved to 8 or 8.5? Hey, come on. 8, right? The subsequent year, we moved to 9.2. Yeah, and we were very excited, and we made resolutions, and we made commitments. And we said when we come here this year, we shall check. Hello? Here we are. Did we perform in the year? Yes, we did. Did we grow our revenue? We have had the booklets and we talk. Did we grow our revenue? Yes, we did. By wonderful margin, and we must thank God for that. Then what happened? And then, sometimes we are in the board, or we walk around, just like you, we tell stories. We have no business on what happens in US. I don't vote, neither do you. Then Americans decided to give a gentleman a position, and he made the decisions. Hello? And we are that's a powerful localization. So these are some of the realities that you start asking God, I thought I've done my part. I don't know about you. I thought we resolved to do this. Why is this? I'm not a very good scholar of the Bible, neither am I a theologian. My areas of interest is in business and entrepreneurship. But sometimes there is a reason we are Waumini circle. Hello? That's actually what bonds us. And I started reflecting stories of other people. Maybe you found themselves in institutions like me and you. For those of you who read the Bible better than I do, you know the story of people like Moses. Hello? And Moses thought that he's taking people to the promised land. He didn't know that it's going to take long in the desert. True, false? He didn't know that in between there will be wars. So much so that he actually was getting tired. Up. But the story? Like Aaron. Who? Hello? Who? Joshua. Yeah, now I can tell there are better biblical scholars here. That is true. Moses got tired. They looked for a stone and made him sit on a stone, right? And I wonder, why couldn't they find him a little bit more comfortable chair? Why did they make this gentleman sit on a stone? That must have been very uncomfortable. Hello? You are sitting on a stone, and somebody's reminding me it was in a desert. And Aaron and the Joshuas said, you are not going to put your hands down, because when you put your hands down, what happens? We are going to be defeated. And sometimes I was wondering, who was more important at that time? Was it Moses, who was so tired and almost giving up? Or was it Joshua and Aaron, who kept his hands up, lest they lose the war? I'm just telling a story. You remember the story of Joseph? Hello? Yes. And the good years and the bad years? Are we together, people? Yes. That there were years of abundance. And there were years of scarcity. And that kind of a situation needed people of a certain character, and people of a certain disposition, and people of a certain orientation. And the gods found that in Joseph. Because I was cautioned I'm not a good storyteller, I don't want to go beyond. When I was young, we used to be told stories, and then when we are told, what is the moral lesson of the story? Then you are left kuchachazia, like we say. But good people, I'm encouraged that in our midst here, I know we have very many Josephs, and we have very many Moseses here, and we have very many Aarons here, and we have very many Joshuas here. Even within our own selves, within you there is a Joseph. Within you there is an Aaron, right? There are times you feel like you're not moving on, and something in you reminds you, giving up is not an option. Strengths of us as a team is the resolution we made, and actually we have been very faithful to that resolution, that we are going to walk this journey together. Did we make that resolution? How many are still holding to that resolution? Otherwise we review it. That we agreed. We are going to walk this journey together. And I can confirm that together we have walked this journey. Many days I receive calls from some of you, and you talk. Each of you, just turn to the person next to you and tell him or her that we must listen to each other. Especially when we disagree. And we must ask each other difficult questions.
We must ask each other difficult questions. Ask me that difficult question.
Even when we have no answers. That is our strength. Dear people, I'm convinced that this generation, me and you, Waumini, we have a purpose to give our great circle a new impetus. And because of our strength, there is no challenge too big. Because every situation somehow has a solution. If only you listen to each other very well, if only we keep holding each other, even when we are weak or even one of us gets tired. With those too many side remarks, now I can embark to the official remarks. Honorable delegates, representatives from the Ministry of Cooperatives, Board of Directors, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to our 44th annual delegates meeting of Waumini Depot's Taking Circle. It's a pleasure to have all of you present today. I thank the Almighty God for the many blessings He has bestowed upon Waumini Circle family. On behalf of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Management, I appreciate your continued patronage of the Circle's products and acknowledge the immense support from our diverse membership and stakeholders. During the year 2024, 70 of our SACCO members went to be with the Lord. And permit me to add two other important members of our family, because those are not just 70, those are 70 of our on allow me, with pleasure, dear delegates, to share with you some of the milestones that we achieved in the year ended 31st December 2024. And I'm pleased to report that Waumini SAC achieved significant milestones during the year ended 31st December 2024. And these accomplishments were as a result of our collective efforts, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your hard work and dedication. Round of applause for all of us. And one of our key constructs, or one of our fundamental indicators of performance, is our SACCO asset base. And as indicated, during the year ended 31st, 2024, our asset base grew by 8.04. That is from Kenya shilling 6.8 billion in 2023 to around 7.4 billion in the period. Which we hope to sustain going forward. On deposits, during the year ended 31st December 2024, our members' deposits grew by 5.03%. That's from Kenya shillings 4.6 billion in 2023 to Kenya shillings 4.8 billion in the period. This is an important indicator of our individual and collective performance. Your future financial freedom is dependent on how much you choose to save and invest now and thereafter. And as delegates, we must encourage our members to continue growing their deposits by saving regularly. And I'm glad to report that our top 20 savers have saved a total of around 204 million. I encourage you members to patronize our deposit product. And let me digress here, dear team. Allow me to use the analogy that I used earlier. You remember what Joseph did during the good years? Store, put some aside. And sometimes I'm not good at calculator, but given I'm a business person, then we have a better power. The challenge. Joined Waumini, assuming that every year we declare dividends of saying fraction by myself, maybe 30%, and take it back, even shares. And I want to ask you now, today. Also, I make questions. I'm not saying we adopt, but sometimes it's good to learn from others, whose board members and the delegates to lead from the front made a commitment. Last year, you allow me, we with them. Can we make a commitment and this percentage goes back? And I'm sure they will be happy this year. We could experiment with delegates. Delegates in your interests or your dividends, just take 20%, all of us, and plow it back. So that next year, see last year we gave, was it 17%? 16? This year we are giving 15%. And we all know what's happening in the current market. That's a very handsome return by any standard. On our share capital, our share by 33.13%, that's from Kenya shillings 460 million in 2023 to 613 million as of 31st December 2024. During the period, the board leveraged on the principle of equalization by ensuring that every member that has met the minimum threshold of Kenya shillings 15,000 on share capital within that period, let me repeat that for clarity. During the period, the board leveraged on the principle of equalization by ensuring every member has met the minimum threshold of 15,000 on share capital within the expected period. This was implemented by converting deposits to share capital requirements for those the minimum expected shares as per bylaw number 13. And I saw this question emerging from some of the delegates as a concern. Somebody asked, why is it that my shares were, my deposits were cut and converted to shares? Remember, team, the bylaws and the certain period requirements of 15,000. You get that? That's actually what makes you the owner of Waumini Circle. So there are those people who are out of time. You know, somebody has been a member of Waumini for so long, but they have not met the minimum share requirement of 15,000, right? And then you will find that deposits, they are significantly higher. So the board made that decision. So we could move, it's still your money, but it has been moved from deposit to shares. And maybe as I present, some of your concerns, some of the questions will be answered by at the time I conclude the presentation. Are we together? Thank you. Now on revenue. Dear delegates, our revenue grew by 4.68%. That is from Kenya shillings 800, around 800 million in 2023 to 838 million as of 31st December 2024. The total income for the year ended 31st December 2024 is exclusive of the projected income from our investment in Cusco, amounting to 3.3 million. And that's also a very important point I need to make because it forms part of the main questions you have been asking. When I made my remarks, I said last year, as a team, all of us in this hall, we said we are going to pull our socks. You remember that? And actually we did it. Our revenue grew. Had we got this 33 million, our revenue could still be much higher. Are we together? It's important to say that were it not for the Cusco challenge, the SACCO was projected to perform better than in any of the past years. As a team, we are working hard to realize the much desired growth. I am optimistic that we will continue to improve and grow in the years to come. I encourage each of you to continue supporting the SACCO by utilizing our loan products and engaging with our services. The board remains committed to identifying investment opportunities while balancing risks and optimal returns. We will continue to manage members' funds with utmost care and responsibility. And I want to say that the SACCO source of income is made of the following. Interest from loans, advances, which form 74%. And that tells you that's our lion's share, the main portfolio of our revenue. Number two is income from bank savings, fixed deposits, and treasury bond or treasury bills. One of the questions I've been asked, and I'm going to answer it, because I'm realizing, team, rightfully so, that sometimes we need to carry everyone along. If I even see that challenge on our wall, please, when any of us wants to know something, let us be very patient with that person so that we explain. When we are not at the same level, it causes a little friction, right? And knowledge, information is power. True, false? So we have that responsibility to educate each one of us. And one of the questions I saw being asked, genuinely so, is where else have we put our money? And somebody asked me this morning, and I said, when I make my remarks, that will be very clear. And at some point, I'm going to answer that question, which informs our income in number 2. And it will even be much more clearer when our treasurer will be making that presentation. The other area I want to present on is the operational costs. In the year 2024, team, our operational costs were Kenya shillings 292.3 million, compared to the approved budget of Kenya shillings 357.2 million. That's a point that we need to process very well. What we had budgeted to spend is 357 million. But out of our efforts and you people, we spent 292 million. In comparison to the actual cost for last 2 years, the SACCO's operational costs increased from Kenya shillings 249.2 million in 2023 to 292 million as of 31st December 2024. The increase was as a result of the challenges from the macroeconomic environment and other unavoidable statutory requirements coupled with the Cusco challenge. Remember, when government introduces new requirements, we must comply. Hello? If, for instance, we had budgeted to spend this much on our salaries. I'm using that as an example. Then the government introduces other new levies. We comply. Are we together, people? Now, it even gets interesting after there. The SACCO incurred additional cost of 17.1 million, being impairment cost arising from the investment in Cusco and in line with the regulatory guidelines dated 14th January 2025. I want to pause there, because this one we must work together. Remember, we have failed to get 33 point something million as income, right? Are we together? Now, on the wood money we got, again, out of that our money, we had provision 17 million. So the total, what we have, our injury, if I use that word, is 33 plus 17. That is how strong we are. Well, the actual cost without impairment, dear good people, could have been 275 million. The favorable reflection between the approved budget and the actual budget is a manifestation of the measures taken by the board to mitigate the rising costs and ensure efficient utilization of the SACCO's resources. On membership. Thank you so much, brother. The SACCO membership increased by 9.86%. That is from 60,597 in 2023 to 6,570 as at 31st December 2024, with the active membership being 50,121 from 49,925 in 2023. The corporate members recruited in 2024 were 91, compared to 104 in the year 2023. During the year, the SACCO carried out a data cleanup exercise where classification of member status was done. The data cleanup was in line with the current system's upgrade to ensure quality reports are generated. And this is important because I saw a member asking that question around numbers, right? You see, once in a while it's good you clean your register. Are we people together? So we carried that exercise. And the figures we are talking about are much more authentic. The board is aware of the hard economic conditions and its impact on the SACCO membership growth, and as well as its contributions to active membership. We encourage the delegates to educate the SACCO members on the importance of consistent monthly savings in order to remain active. The board organized several members' education, sensitization, and recruitment campaigns across the country in the year 2025, or in the year 2024, and in the year 2025, we intend to sustain the same so as to empower our members. The board is working on the retention strategy, which includes rebranding the current products and education to members, amongst others. And I wish to invite you all to make more effort in encouraging many new members to join this great SACCO. And this is one of the areas that you delegates are doing very well. A round of applause for yourselves. On loan uptake, dear delegates, our loan portfolio has grown impressively by 10.58%. That is from Kenya shillings 5.3 billion in 2023 to Kenya shillings 5.9 billion as of 31st December 2024. However, the SACCO has many members still without loans. Out of 50,121 active members, only 20,712, that is 41%, have taken loans with the SACCO. Most of the members, totaling 29,409, an equivalent of 59%, have not patronized SACCO loan products. This can be attributed to, among other factors, the hard economic situation in the country. During the last quarter of the year ended 31st December 2024, there has been a good trajectory of the loan uptake, especially on WOW Cash and the corporate loan products. We encourage concerted efforts from the SACCO delegates, the SACCO members, the board, and the secretariat in patronizing the loan products. Honorable delegates, as leaders of this great SACCO, we must be at the forefront in patronizing the SACCO's products and services while encouraging all our members to do the same. I call upon the delegates to continuously educate our members on how to access the existing loan products. During the period ending 31st December 2024, the SACCO recorded a 69% increase in loans issued to corporate members from Kenya shillings 207 million to Kenya shillings 484 million. The summary is contained on table 2, that is on page 15. May I say something on one of our recent key strategies, that is stakeholder engagement. The board recognizes the important roles played by stakeholders towards our growth and sustainability. The board is making efforts to strengthen partnerships and collaborations with various Catholic dioceses. During the year, we held several consultative meetings with our Catholic bishops and other church leaders in various dioceses. The purpose of these engagements is to broaden collaboration with the church. The visits to several dioceses and other stakeholders led to an increase in the loan uptake, like I've already indicated, from corporate members by 69%. And I want you to appreciate, if you look at the trajectory of our loans from individual members, the records are not very impressive, right? But when you look at now category B, the record speaks for itself. 69%, that's impressive. Similar initiatives are expected to continue this year, and we hope to sustain the same going forward. The year ended 31st December 2024 was unique for the Catholic Church in Kenya, where the Holy Father made unprecedented appointments of bishops in the various dioceses, including 2 in the Catholic Archdiocese of Nairobi, 1 military ordinariate, 1 in Eldoret, 1 in Embu, and another one in Isiolo. Our SACCO took part by supporting the celebrations of our newly appointed bishops. We call upon our delegates to promote and support our close collaboration with the church and indeed all our key stakeholders for the growth of our circle. May I say something about the Consolata Declaration? You remember the declarations we made here? Yes. As a way of leveraging on our collective effort during the ADM of 2024, delegates adopted the famous Consolata Declaration with the objective of involving delegates to enhance member recruitment and circle product patronization. In this arrangement, delegates are expected to engage in new member recruitment, in deposit mobilization, in loan uptake, among others. This strategy has the potential of bringing the much needed growth at a reduced cost due to the proximity of the delegates to the potential market. Dear delegates, I'm glad to report that again, the board has proposed a budget to drive this strategy for this year. The board appreciates efforts of all the delegates in realizing the goals as espoused in the Consolata Declaration, especially those who took part in the initiative during the year ended 2024. And I want to report as follows, that a total of 578 new members were recruited by delegates during the period ending 31st December 2024. And the best 3 performers were ranked as follows. The topmost delegate in recruitment got 58 new members for us. Please, a round of applause for these people. The second one got 19 new members, and the third got 17 members. We call upon all the delegates to embrace the Consolata Shrine Declaration as a strategy that has the potential of growing both parties. That is, of course, our circle and the delegates. And I'm glad to report, team, that together, all of us, we shall recognize these 3 during this ADM in a very special way. On members' benevolent fund, this is a very critical component that we report on every year. The members' benevolent cover is a cover taken by the circle on behalf of the members. And the premium cost for an individual member is a monthly contribution of Kenya shillings 100. And this cover ensures the family of a member is 160,000 in addition to 200% of the deposits, which you usually refund to the next of kin, as well as settlement of loans held by a member at the time of demise. Dear delegates, like we have communicated in our education forums, effective 1st January 2023, the service providers in the insurance industry stopped giving the above or the indicated benefits to members whose accounts are dormant at the time of death. We encourage all the circle members to always maintain an active status. And this can be achieved by contributing Kenya shillings 600 per month, being the minimum deposits. The next area I'm excited to report in our formal ADM meeting like this is our industry position. What's the position of Waumini Circle when compared with other equals in the industry? Waumini Circle was recognized for its exemplary performance in the country during the 102nd National Ushirika Day celebrations that were held in October of 2024. And our SACCO emerged best in the following categories. Category 1, most efficient deposit-taking SACCO, community-based, position 1. Let me explain a little bit, if you allow me. I know time is not on our side. What does it mean when you are recognized as the most efficient? Because again, by explaining, I will be answering a question that came. If today you give somebody 10 shillings, and you agree, for every 10 shillings you give, you are getting 1 shilling back. You are earning a shilling. You give me 10, you earn 1 shilling. And another person, you give him 100 shillings, and you earn 4 shillings. Who is better? 10 shillings and you get? That's what the efficiency is about. It's a game of numbers here. Hello? Yes, because these stakeholders, when they do those math to check how efficient are we, how good are we in using the resources we have. And one of the questions we are going to answer is about, and I get this a lot, dear friends, during COVID, many SACCOs, after that, they reviewed their interests upwards. And it's an assignment we can do, because some of these documents are public. After today, this becomes a public document. True, false? So when you see a SACCO somewhere that is giving maybe an interest of 10, just do also some extra research. Are their products, especially their major product, like us, our development loan percentage in 12% on reducing balance. That's the truth. Is there anybody in the room here who has Mchengo loan? If you have benefited from Mchengo loan, raise up your hand, please. Aye? Even if you have not taken, for the sake of my comfort, please raise up your hand. One of the decisions the board made some few years ago, and sometimes we don't talk about it as much. Our Mchengo loan, for many years, the interest rate has been delegates was 14%. And we said, Waumini is about empowering our members. That interest was reduced from 14 to 12.5. When we meet our bishops and our units, you remember that category B we talked about, where loans are increasing? When we came in, what was the interest rate for category B? 14.5. For the last 1-2 years, what is the interest rate on category B? Hello? That is who we are as Waumini. And we don't talk about this. So most efficient SACCO, deposit taking, community-based position 1. Best managed SACCO, deposit taking, community-based position 2. Best in risk management, deposit taking, community-based position 2. Most improved SACCO, deposit taking, community-based position 3. Best in credit management, deposit taking, community-based position 3. And best in deposit management, community-based position 3. Dear delegates and our members, these achievements not only demonstrate our competitive position in the Kenyan cooperative landscape, but also our collective resolve and commitment to serve our members. As we celebrate these achievements, let us remain focused on the goal and fully submit to the spirit of continuous or continued improvement. Hello? On regulatory and statutory compliance, during the year, the SACCO complied with the prudential standards set by the regulator as indicated in the table, page 16, table 4. And for interest of time, I could not wish to go through the figures. It's important that we comply. Compliance is at the center of every decision we make. On product review, I wish to share as follows, that during the year ended 31st December 2024, the board revised the terms and conditions of 2 products. That is on corporate loan and on WOW cash. The board revised the number of times a corporate member can access a loan from 10 times to 6 times of their total savings. The reduction was aimed at increasing equity between the SACCO members as well as enhancing deposits mobilization strategy. We agreed it's important that we walk this journey together. Why did the board make that decision, dear delegates, so that you're empowered to say these things down there? For a member, when you access a loan, you multiply times 4 times, right? But for a corporate member, it used to be that you multiply 10 times. And we thought that there is some disparity there. So to balance, that's what the board said, 6 times. On the other hand, remember these people, so that now, because we needed resources, deposits, because they take huge loans. Initially, if somebody wanted 100 million, because there are units we have given 100 million, he needed how much, or she needed how much? 10 times. You only needed 10 million. Or 1 million, you get 10 million. Now, we reduce that so that to cost these units, because they have slightly more financial strength than us individually, right? So that they can now contribute more. And it is delivering fruits like you can see from the reports. WOW cash limits were revised from Kenya shillings 15,000 to a maximum of 40,000, coupled with the creation of bands to successful limits. A first band borrower can access a maximum of 10,000 shillings, followed by a next limit of Kenya shillings 25,000, graduating to a maximum of 40,000 subject to consistent repayment. This revision led to an increase in the uptake of WOW cash by 309% between the budgeted amount of Kenya shillings 39 million and the actual uptake of around Kenya shillings 122 million. We encourage members to patronize these products as a way of protecting yourselves from the Shylocks. And this actually came from you delegates. A 10% interest charged upfront is much less than the average monthly charge by other digital lenders. And we interact with some of those products, we know how much they charge. And it's good that we strengthen this component to also protect our members from the temptation of going for those exorbitant digital lenders. True, false? On M-Pesa services, dear delegates, the SACCO enhanced the M-Pesa transactions in the last 4 years, and we would like to thank the members who have embraced this service, since it has reduced the number of complaints on financial transactions. During the period, the average transactions per day ranged between 400 800. We encourage the members to use the M-Pesa service to help in resolving challenges of unidentified banking, especially those who deposit funds in the SACCO's bank account without proper key identifiers. For example, membership number or identity number. And this is another area we really need very close collaboration with you delegates, because you are the people with our members. On debt collection, I want to start with portfolio at risk. The portfolio at risk ratio, dear delegates, reduced from 6.52% in 2023 to 6.32% in the year ended 31st December 2024. The main target this year is reducing the rate to a figure below 5%. Dear delegates, defaulting remains the single most challenge and existential threat to our growth and survival. And I'm glad that delegates, you have identified that from the discussions we have on the wall. I invite all of us to take individual responsibility and to join hands in confronting this major challenge. The board is deliberate in strengthening our debt recovery department to enhance their capacity. And some of the efforts that have been put in place through our debt recovery department in helping the guarantors include the following: forwarding the defaulters to external debt collectors, and recently we have tried to enhance that partnership. We are very deliberate about it. Facilitating guarantors with any information required to follow up with a defaulter. Skip tracing the defaulters where they are working. Listing of defaulters with the CRP. And sometimes forwarding defaulters to the tribunal. For instance, 11 defaulters were forwarded to the tribunal courts in 2024, and 43 more files are to be forwarded to the tribunal court during the first and second quarters of the year. On cash collected from defaulters, dear delegates, during the year ended 31st December 2024, Kenya shillings 211 million was collected from the defaulters. And while this is a clear indication that some of the initiatives taken by the board on debt collection are bearing fruit, we must acknowledge that more work should be done in this area. And therefore, I invite the delegates to unite in efforts of fighting and discouraging loan default. About the challenge on non-remittance by employers. Honorable delegates, we all celebrate the good partnership between the SACCO and most of our units. However, there has been lack of goodwill from some few employers who deduct members' funds without remitting, or sometimes delay in forwarding the money to the SACCO. We call upon you delegates to help in engaging unit representatives for remittances of members' funds. The board is exploring different strategies for engaging the unit administrators, including reminding them of their statutory obligation to remit funds deducted from the members. Some of the efforts that the board is putting in place include having an MOU with units which will enhance the relationship as well as the security of guarantors. Others include holding meetings with the unit representatives and creating synergy between the SACCO and the respective unit. And I think I'm extremely excited that as delegates, we have also picked this issue and will continue discussing it. I could want to believe that these initiatives are not exhaustive. Every day new ideas come, and we shall keep our eyes and our ears open to every idea. Like we said in our meetings here, no idea so small. On our 2023-2027 strategic plan, dear delegates, I'm glad to report that it is progressing well as initially projected. Most of the key tenets contained in the strategic plan are being realized. The board is closely monitoring the realities in the wider macroeconomic environment that are likely to affect full execution and realization of the strategic plan. We are optimistic that the following key pillars will be realized as exposed in the strategic plan 2023-2027. And some of those key pillars include the growth of our membership to 84,000 by the year 2027, growth in the loan portfolio to Kenya shillings 9 billion in 2027, growth in deposits to Kenya shillings 7 billion in 2027, to attract and retain competent staff, and promoting good corporate governance framework. On human resource, I wish to report, dear delegates, that the board recognizes that human capital is our most valuable asset. In 2024, we made a concerted effort to enhance our human resource capacity, ensuring that our team is well equipped and motivated to deliver optimal performance. We will continue to invest in the development of our employees, leveraging on their talent to improve service delivery and operational efficiency. And like I indicated, team, we performed, but we also performed with and through our members of staff. True, false? A round of applause for them, wherever they are. During the year, 6 members of the Secretariat were promoted. 2 new staff members joined the SACCO in various capacities, while 5 employees left the SACCO for various reasons. The staff turnover rate for the year ended 31st December 2024 was 8.19% compared to 7.8% in the year ended 31st December 2023. Allow me now to report on a very important component, that is information and communication technology. Dear delegates, the board is cognizant of the role of ICT as a major driver and strategic enabler in optimizing our business operations. To enhance our ICT infrastructure, several initiatives were undertaken during the year ended 31st December 2024. And some of the achievements were as follows. The first one is on disaster recovery side. That the SACCO established a disaster recovery site, which is crucial in ensuring operation continuity in case of a disaster. On automated teller machines, that's on ATM services, I wish to report that to enable efficient and additional banking experience, the SACCO switched from the traditional ATM bridge to ATM application programming interface, which is more stable and provides customers with more banking options. Members who use ATM as their preferred transaction channel can now seamlessly get the following services. You can get cash deposit services, cash withdrawals, point of sale purchases, utility bills payment, you can do Visa transactions, you can do online purchases. This has improved customers' experience with banking services offered by the SACCO in collaboration with the Co-Operative Bank of Kenya. And we can report that there has been reduced complaints about or around ATM services. How about on internet banking? Dear delegates, to allow members to enjoy more self-service platforms, the internet banking portal was integrated with the M-Pesa modules, and now, from the internet banking module, members can perform the following activities. Our members are able to repay their loans via M-Pesa. They can be able to pay their savings from M-Pesa, and they can do account transfers from FOSA to FOSA. On mobile banking, dear delegates, to increase efficiency in our mobile banking, the SACCO has redesigned the USSD module to enable members interact more with their account. Additionally, to save members on transaction costs, the one-to-many transactions was introduced, which allow members to make multiple payments while incurring one transaction cost charge. How about the system upgrade, which was quite a major project for us? I'm glad to report as follows, that the system upgrade project implementation currently stands at around 85%. And we are in the final phase, which aims at providing more efficiency to the members by deploying the following. 1, online loan application, online member registration, iPhone operating system, mobile app, and bank integrations. Around ICT during the year is the introduction of the digital marketer position. In 2024, dear delegates, the board, having realized the power of digital marketing, the SACCO contracted the services of a digital marketer who has continued to strengthen the SACCO's social media presence. We invite our members to use the various social media channels for education on the SACCO's products and services. The other project is ISO certification. Dear delegates, one of the most exciting milestones we achieved in 2024 is the preparation for ISO 9001-2015 certification for our quality management system. The final preparations were completed by the end of 2024, and the official launch of the ISO 9001-2015 implementation took place on 11th January 2025. The journey towards ISO certification demonstrates our commitment to enhance our operational excellence, our quality management, and improving our service delivery to members. And I'm almost certain, dear delegates, that come next year, actually during this year, God willing, we shall celebrate our officially ISO certification. Waumini will be ISO certified. Can I hear amen? On corporate governance, may I say something about the board performance, dear delegates, that throughout the year 2024, the board has continued to provide strategic leadership and direction to the SACCO. We have remained focused on our mission, ensuring that the SACCO continues to progress and thrive. The board remains dedicated to maintaining the highest possible standards of governance and transparency in all our operations and our undertakings. I want to report on board evaluation. One of the major activities undertaken by the board in the last quarter of the year was a board evaluation that was done during the monitoring and evaluation meeting held on 31st October 2024. And this has improved the board's performance and it's projected to add significant value to the overall governance framework. The other areas on board training. The board members were trained in various thematic areas aligned to their various roles in the board. For example, if you are in credit committee, you underway training on credit. Finance and admin, marketing, or audit, they underwent that kind of training. And I'm glad to report that the trainings have improved the synergy between the committees and the productivity of the board has improved. On delegates' empowerment, delegates play a key role in governance structure of the SACCO. The board has made effort in organizing for education forums to ensure that the delegates are empowered to play their role and to promote the SACCO growth. To ensure effective communication between the delegates, the SACCO, and the members they represent, the board has continued to reimburse delegates' airtime as resolved during the 43rd ADM. In 2024, there was one delegate's physical training carried out in the Archdiocese of Nairobi, in Nyeri, and in Kisumu. This was followed by 3 webinars in the first, third, and fourth quarters of the year ended 31st December 2024. And I think the delegates' empowerment resolutions we made will continue this year and maybe in the years to come. Delegates on challenges. And I want to start with the challenge around operations. Despite the key achievements already mentioned, fellow team members, the society has not been without challenges during the year 2024. Some of these challenges include increase in default rate, delay in remittance of SACCO funds by some of the employers, low uptake and patronization of SACCO products and services, and dormant accounts. The other major challenge is the elephant in the room, that is the investment in Cusco. Like most SACCOs, Waumini SACCO joined Cusco, an umbrella body for all SACCOs, in 1980 at its inception. Over the years, we invested funds in both shares and deposits. We are all aware of the current challenges experienced by Cusco and the concerted efforts by various government agencies to solve them. We assure members that every effort has been put in place to mitigate any possible adverse effect that might be triggered by this unfortunate development. And allow me, dear delegates, to thank you most sincerely on the way we have conducted ourselves over this challenge. We all appreciate the gravity of this matter and its potential effect, not only on us, but on the SACCO sector. Hello? And I think any SACCO member now knows almost so much about, probably some of you know more about Cusco than you know about Waumini. The only person who doesn't know much about Cusco, and I've deliberately kept it so, is my wife. Because lately I get a lot of sleepless nights. And she keeps asking, is that animal Cusco has come visiting you in the mind again? So she thinks it's some animal that keeps me awake at night. And another area I want to be abundantly clear, because again, it's a question that some of the delegates have been raising. We shared it, we discussed it during our education day, but it's in our report. Table 5 gives you a summary of our investment in Cusco. The principal amount we had invested in Cusco over the years, including the 1,000, I can't remember, the small figure that was given in 1980 over time, we had the principal amount of 255 million. The interest accrued is 104.7 million. Our shares there were 40 million, and therefore our total investment was 399 million. This is significant to us because every shilling counts. Another major challenge is on the USA policy on foreign aid. Dear delegates, we are aware of, and of course concerned by the recent USA government policy on foreign aid funding that has affected some of our units and by extension, our members. As a board, we are closely monitoring the development, and we are also engaging other stakeholders to understand its implications on the SACCO. We encourage any of our members who is affected to get time to be in touch with our secretariat for discussion and guidance as we hope that the situation will improve. And I've seen those discussions already in our forums. Please, if you are affected, we may not do much on other fronts, but there is something that can be done. If you find time, sit with our secretariat, share your predicament or your situation, so that together we can agree on, despite this challenge, how are we proceeding? Because we agreed life must continue, and we must stand by and with and for each other. May I report on Waumini Fahari Land Project? As you might be aware, dear delegates, being a regulated deposit-taking SACCO, we are not allowed by law to transact on land matters. However, the regulator has allowed the SACCO some timelines to settle the pending land issues. You remember once upon a time, Waumini SACCO used to engage in land issues? So we have some few pending projects, and this is one of the main ones. So we have been granted that leeway by the regulator to close those projects. And I'm glad to report that the title processing for the 78 units held in Waumini Fahari Land Project has been finalized. Actually, the titles are with us now. We are calling on members, those who are interested in acquiring a plot from this project, to come forth. The pricing for the SACCO members for a plot is 800,000, and the non-members 900,000, payable in 3 installments. The board has made the consideration that a member wishing to access a loan to finance purchase of this land will not be required to get guarantors, but will be allowed to secure the loan with the land at cost. And this is an opportunity I need to explain very well, that if you are getting a loan and you're interested, you will not be expected to have guarantors, because that title is with us. Hello? Yes, so you can get loan once you have repaid your loan and you have completed, because the SAC will be having the title, then that title can now be transferred to you. The title processing and allocation will be based on payment completion timelines. The board has maintained the price of Kenya shillings 800,000 for the last 3 years, despite their appreciation in value of the land. We call upon members to take loans from the SACCO by using the same property in securing the loans. And please, that is some good news to all of us and even our members who might be interested, especially those who may want to have property and they have no guarantors to take loan. Now, the icing on the cake, resolutions. Dear distinguished delegates, the Board of Directors hereby requests you to consider approving the following resolutions. Resolution 1, to approve payment of interest on deposit for the year ended 31st December 2024 at 8.5 and dividends at 15%, being Kenya shillings 418,327,212 and Kenya shillings 76,295,559 respectively. Clause 2, as per Article 9 of Waumini Compensation Policy, which provides that the board shall be paid 0.3% of the total turnover as honoraria, and therefore the resolution to award the board and supervisory committee honoraria amounting to Kenya shillings 2,515,530, down from the approved amount of Kenya shillings 2,996,740, having achieved 83.88% of the approved budget in the year 2024. Our resolution number 2, to appoint Mwangi and Kamara Associate Certified Public Accountants, LLP, for the year 2025. And our last resolution, to retain the borrowing powers at 5% of the SACCO's assets of the last audited accounts. In conclusion, honorable delegates, I take this opportunity to register my deepest gratitude to you all, to the board, to the members of the supervisory committee, to all other stakeholders for working tirelessly in making this day a success. I thank all the delegates present today for sparing time to represent members from your units at this ADM. To our invited guests, I salute you for creating time to attend this important occasion in the Waumini yearly calendar. It is through your efforts and contributions that the Circle has been able to achieve the key milestones already highlighted. Together, we can only look forward to a better future. I pray for God's blessings and guidance as we continue glorifying His name through Waumini Circle, a future to believe in. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Wow. Maybe before we proceed, we need to adopt the report, and I will request for a proposer and a seconder to adopt the chair's report. Yes, my brother.
I am member number 005434. I propose we adopt the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seconded, a lady. Lady, please. My sister here.
Good morning, everybody. I'm member number 042054. I second the report.
Thank you so much. Now, before we proceed, because we shall give reactions around the chair's report, I want to seek your indulgence so that I take a pause for 1 minute. And you remember we said we want to recognize those 3 members of our family who have done very well. And we are not saying others, all of us, we have not done well. But there is 1 or 2 or 3 who have done very well, right? Wanasema leo ni wewe, kesho ni mimi. So we need to appreciate those 3. And I want to request my sister, our vice chair, to help me preside on that. Then I will come back. We'll continue the reactions on the chair's report. Am I permitted? Those who have granted that, thank you. Thank you, wonderful people. Thank you. Madam Sisanya.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate our Chair. Let's use our Nyayo claps. He has really elaborated that report very well, and we have understood. Tuanze. Moja, mbili, tatu. Thank you very much, Chair, for that elaborative report. Now it is the time to appreciate the 3 of our members that the Chair highlighted their impressive contribution on Consolata Declaration. When I call your name, kindly come forward. Evans Maina. Evans Maina. Evans Maina Evans Maina Onjuati. Evans Maina Onjuati managed to recruit 58 members. Clap for him, please. Samuel Mburu managed to recruit 19 members. Samuel Mburu, step forward. Let's clap for him as he comes. Shadras Joshua Okumu managed to recruit 17 members. Let's clap for them as they come. Now, I'm going to welcome the chair and the ministry official to present a dummy check to them as we continue appreciating their hard work. As the chair said, today is them, tomorrow it is us. This is a challenge that we need to take, all of us, on this Consolata Declaration. It is a way of encouraging all of us to come together and build our great circle. Tuendelee kupika makofi tafadhali. Our ministry official is here, Mr. Peter Kivintio. Continue clapping as they set the place. Clap. The mic is behind you. This is the mic. Tafadhalini, wacheni tupige makofi. This is a way of encouraging all of us. This is a way of encouraging all of us. Number one was to be at the middle. Sawa. Number one, Evans Onchwati Maina, 15,000 shillings.
Delegates, we will be transacting all our matters on table, right? So you permit me to sign this check that number one gets 15,000 shillings.
Let's clap. Okay. Number. That is Evans Onjwati Maina. Maina.
So next time, the target is?
Next time is more than 100.
Thank you so much.
Number two is Samuel Mburu, who recruited 19 members, and he gets a check of 10,000. Thank you, Mburu.
Next target?
Of 100.
Number three is Shadras Joshua Okumu, who recruited 17 members, and he gets a check of 5,000. Thank you very much, Shadras.
Next target?
Over 100. God is good, and all the time.
God is good.
100. 100. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are so proud of you, and please keep it up. But no, na sisi tunakuja. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Delegates, this will be done on quarterly so that we continue appreciating our members, and we have provided a budget for that. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Supervisor. Now it is another moment. We'd like to go through the Supervisory Committee report. Sorry. Before the Supervisory, we would like to have reactions on the Chairman's report. Reactions on the Chairman's report.
Now, dear team, we had agreed on a methodology that we thought will work for us. And we invited that if you have maybe any concern, because we have been interacting with these documents. So I have a list here with some of the concerns that you people had already raised, or some of us. And some of them are fairly similar in scope. Permit me to respond to some of them. Some of them, as I was presenting, I tried to make attempt of elaborating or clarifying what I felt needed to be clarified. And some I contain here. I will seek your indulgence that I be guided by the contents of this document because it originates from you. For instance, there are member number 014535, our brother Lodge. One of the suggestions he had or observations from the chair's report is that the interest on deposit is low given the inflation factors. He was of the opinion that we will consider the interest rate to 9%. And allow me to say as follows, that the interest payable on deposits is pegged on many factors. We usually don't sit as a team and say, now this year, what if we did 10? Or what if we did 8? Or what if we did 9? It is a function of very many factors, some that are statutory in nature. For instance, if I refer you to, maybe this I will let, when the treasurer come, he will be able to take you through certain clauses in this report so that you get to understand what are some of those considerations that must be taken care of before we say, now, this is what we need to distribute. Hello? For instance, how much revenue did we make? How did we provide for impairment? Like the 17 million and so on and so forth. You remember those ratios I said we have complied to? Are we people together? We must comply. And one of the things we agreed as a team is that we will play within the rules, within our bylaws and with the statutory obligations. Can you imagine that for 40 years, Waumini Sacco has never borrowed to come and issue dividends? And we are the envy of many SACCOs. Maybe these people you don't know. Some of the monies you see people disputing there, some other generations will come back. And the current CS, they issued a statement recently. You saw that? That those SACCOs now who have been borrowing to go and please members and some people so that they can join them, that is going to stop. And Waumini for the last 40 years, we have not done that. And there is no indication by the grace of God that that is going to happen anytime soon. That you can take to the bank. The other concerns, for example, that inform our revenue, there was that observation that our income is not growing as fast. I preempted. Remember when I shared with you people about the interest rate? Because this is our organization. When we see banks, from here go do your research. Now the average banks are doing around 20, 21. Most SACCOs are at around 14, 14.5. What is better? And maybe, is it we make our development loan, we increase slightly to 12.5 or 13 interest rate so that our dividend goes to around 10 or 9. That will not be, yeah, I can see, I'm answered. Don't even answer, I'm answered. So because there is a relationship between how much interest do we charge and the income we make. That's a fact. That is a mathematical issue. The other issues that many questions around Cusco, I don't know whether from my presentation I answered some of your concerns adequately. because that's one of the factors that has affected our dividends. And like I said, and maybe this some people don't say, we never borrowed a shilling, even this year, to come and give this dividend. Hizi ni pesa zetu, tumepata mapato, tukatoa ile serikali imesema lazima we provide for, as per the statutory obligations, we have complied, we have met all our expenses, and we are saying we can still distribute. And had you people not worked so hard that we made that kind of money this year, where could we have been? We have reason to thank God. Hello? We have reason to thank God. So I don't know if somebody has a question again that I have not clarified around Cusco, so that I clarify. But I know that, like we said, we started our discussions much earlier. During the education day, I gave a very clear progression when this man was put in Cusco since 1980 up to around 2022 there. Around 2021, 2022, and the efforts we have made to recover this money. Do we fault those who were then making the decision? Probably not. We have, for many years, that's why even everybody within the circle dividends returns from Cusco. This year alone, we were projecting to get 33 million from our investment. Maybe the question that somebody asked is, what is being done now to ensure that that will never happen? That's a major question. And like I said during our education day, one of the lessons we have picked is we didn't have a clear investment policy. Now, we have a clear investment policy. Of course, once we develop policies, they are deposited to all relevant authorities. That as a SACCO, we will not put, among other clauses in that policy, is we will not put more than 30% of our investment in one non-governmental enterprises. And actually, this board had already been very proactive. And I think when the treasurer comes, he will now tell you where is our current investment. It's not that we don't have investment now. When this team took over, one of the decisions we made is to be investing in what we call zero risk opportunities, like government bonds, right? Even government bonds has some element of risk. That's the game of business. Hello? By the way, it is true, and nobody's going to fault us on this. Somewhere last year, the biggest worry in Kenya was that government might, please complete it so that it's not said that it's a Waumini Chau said, that government might default. And I want to tell you, good people, my biggest fear at that time was government. One time I attended a meeting presided by the then CPK governor and the economic advisor, somebody in D. And I was one of those who asked a question, please tell us that, are you going to default or not? Because that was the fear. But fortunately, we thank God because of the Eurobond story. You remember? And as at now, we have close, if not more than 350 treasurer. Yes, we have around 355 million with central bank. If you studied our model of investment, that has been done in the last few years. That is how cautious we are. We also have some other investment in CIC of around 212 million, among others. And of course, we have also invested in each of you. How many people have loans? Please, we hope that we are risk-free with you. Because you are also our investment. The money we have given you is not the SACCO money, it is our money and the money of those other members. So please, when we are very careful with other investment, I will also be telling you that I've put your money in another around 20,000 plus Remember those people with loans? I pray that those also be risk-free investments. Just to give you an indication, because this question came, somebody asked me while out there, they said, where have you put our money under the interest rate? For instance, our investment in, we have investment in infrastructure bond of 2022-18 that gives us 13.7. Infrastructure of 2023, 6.5. That's actually the highest, that gives us around 17% of around 5 million, and many others. And I want to leave it to my brother, our treasurer. As also part of the reactions to the chair's report, we also received compliments. It's not always good to only focus on what we are dissatisfied about. Hello? And for example, Fred, Nyanchuma, and others, 0.67576 says, well served in the past, progress, current banking services, Waumini deserves a trophy. Thank you for your trust. Waumini Sacco is committed for excellence. We have Harrison Muchoki, 037014, says that the Sacco seems to be performing extremely well, where the board and the C and the Supervisory Committee are able to demonstrate that. So we appreciate, thank you so much. There are many others like Richard Osuto, 025108. He says, thanking the Almighty Father in heaven for bringing the Sacco this far. The board is grateful for those compliments and many more. I don't want to take a lot of time to looking at compliments. We appreciate, and because I've said there is a relationship between what I've presented and what the treasurer is going to present, some of these concerns will also be answered. At the end of the day, we are a system, right? So if you allow me, that we take this as some of the reactions, and if there is one or two, once my other colleagues have presented, we will still react to them. But there seems to be one panning. My brother Sak from the extreme end. Atuchambo. Mpatie kipasa sauti tafadhali.
Thanks very much, Chair. Towards the achievements that have come forward from last year, there are many. I don't know where this is going to go, but because the issue of the USAID policy, I don't know if it is going to, the USAID policy on foreign whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, is it coming later? Because you mentioned it in your report.
Just trace it.
Yeah, because I really feel, I know almost all the delegates here, from wherever they come from, there is at least 5 to 20 members or more. Because my unit, I'm talking of 60 now. 60, my unit only, without the other 3 units that I have in Turkana. So I don't know, and I think I brought that question, I'd sent it, and I thought it would come from your presentation, the questions that you had. That is one. 2, the issue of Consolata Declaration. I think I've discussed this severally with many board members and also the CEO. Turkana is different. Tafadhalini, narudianga hii kila mara. It's unless you come to Turkana is when you will understand what I'm talking about. Musa was there recently. My friend here from Kisii was there. Go and ask Lillian Kwamboka from marketing. Ask the small boy there. The youngest boy we have. Tafadhali. Because somebody going to get members, maybe in a town in this Kenya. We are not in Kenya, sorry. When my friend Patrick here goes to around 50 kilometers, they with no vehicle. He has to use a motorbike. And that is 1,000. 1,000. And I think what we have written is already 1,000. That is only for lunch, I think. Not the, I think transport minus lunch and whatever. But I'm talking of distances here. Distances and modes of transport. And I've talked to this several times. Tafadhali, I really feel pain, and I'm not the crying baby, please. When I see the three standing there, and if the CEO and the person from marketing could see what I had planned for, I was targeting more than 200 members in one campaign. But that, ikaisha hivyo. I can't remember how many I registered, because I register always. But this was, I had a target of going to every parish in my unit, every health facility in my unit, every, what do you call them? Wale wakanisa, the jumuiyas. So I had a big vision, but because of the Consolata whatever, which we are told, mpaka ufanye ndio ulipe, mimi sina gari ya kwenda huko nje.
Please. Thank you, Brother Zach. And what he's saying, we agreed we'll listen to each other, right? And listening to him, I can hear those variances. It's true. The reality is in this to be similar. And I think we have heard you, brother. When we retire, that we'll find it discussions. I wish you could also one day say, Chair, you have been there. I will think about it. So thank you. We can take one more from, please, one more from up there so that we move to the next. Can somebody, the guys upstairs or the people upstairs? Yes, my brother. Yes. Nani, kipasa sauti. There is a, use a mic.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman and the honorable delegates. Isamu Krikiti. You have given us a very good summary or projections of the SACCO, but my concern is when it comes to human resource. 5 went, 2 came, and 5 were promoted. If I'm wrong, if I'm not forgotten. What are the resources members who and are going within a year? That's a very big issue that we may need to be a little bit the same. Because consistency gives good projections and the productivity goes in another. Because if today you are dismissing, even when you are made, tomorrow you bring another one before the baby knows who sees, you have gone, there is no there. Another thing, Chairman, we are in comfort zones. Because as much as we may say, oh, we have never borrowed money to give projections, we have never borrowed money to give ABCD, this is making us to be. Why? If we have projected out of, is it 66 we have? For us, if we will encourage each and every to take our profit margins would be how high. Even if it means we are going to borrow to service it, it's not going to fall because we are going to be having a large surplus. So my question is, members to be given the opportunity or to be sensitized on how to make use of their money in Waumini so that we may continue. Another issue I may say,
please, just so that we share the opportunities. Eh?
Okay. So you have, I stop here or what?
Okay. Add one more so that we.
Okay.
You had started the last one in summary.
Yeah, okay. The last one is regarding to sorry to go to Cusco. From the projection you have very good. There's some 40. I think some many we invested. I accrued in. So, and we are, this part, it is a lot of burden to us. Because if you projected, this is the money we are going to get as accrued as a profit, and you never got it, why don't we do that on our side and we look for the money that we, the capital we invest but then there comes projections, it is above you, it's for the government. Kwani, why should the government come in once we have lost our money? Answer kulipa sahi. When this money was being disappearing, why don't know there? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with the first one, and I think I agree with you absolutely on the question about our human resource. Like I mentioned, our biggest resource are our human resource, right? They're the people who are at the point where we say the rubber meets the road. So if we do not invest well there, then we may not be very expectant, right? So the concern is right. Not so long ago, the board sanctioned an human resource audit report together with our partners, the COP consultants. We have received the report and we are going through it. It has some few areas that we can improve as a SACCO so that we can maybe enhance a little bit our position in relation to our standing with our members of staff. We are yet to implement some of the contents of the proposals may require that we come back to you wonderful people, because at the end of the day, you are the people to make certain key decisions. So when the time comes, that will be done. Meanwhile, there is a lot also that the board will decide on your behalf, and we hope that that will kind of improve us or our position in relation to our most important resource. Your second question or concern is very valid. It's about how are we going to mobilize so that at least we move from the current around close to 50 to around even 60, 70. I don't know what is with our other members. Maybe during our education, because today is an ADM, we also need to be taught very well the relationship between good access to credit and the personal financial development or growth. Are we both together? I think our education, we have made attempts there, but we can do better. So that can members to come and get loans. Like the opportunity we have had. I hope if there is somebody somewhere who has never taken loan because he has no guarantors, now come, get a loan that doesn't require guarantors and get that property. Remember the property of 800,000? Come next year, 2-3 years down the line. I can tell you that property will be, the value will be very high. You cannot be using that property as your collateral to get some loans to develop yourself. And I agree with you, my brother, and you pose a challenge to all of us. As a board, we'll do what it takes to continue building capacity, to continue encouraging our members to take loans, but that requires concerted efforts. Your last question, where was government? That's the question everybody is asking. Because all SACCOs, everybody gives reports. Before I bring this report here, it has gone through I don't know how many government agencies, and they are sometimes very thorough. Several times they will send back the report, they want this question, this must be answered, this evidence must be given. Was government? Did somebody sleep on the job? There are many questions. There are many, many questions that we may not answer now. Some are being answered. We see a lot of effort being made, and we want to hold to hope that something will happen. And because of time, there's too much that we may not start discussing now. I can only agree with you, our Ministry official. That question has emerged so many times, that where were the regulatory agencies when this was happening, all the way from 2008 to up to very recently. So with tremendous respect, with tremendous humility, that is a question lingering, not only in Waumini SACCO, but in many other SACCOs. Where was our regulatory agencies? Thank you so much, Tim. I will request your indulgence that we move to
Let's appreciate the chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for that elaboration. This particular moment, I'd like to invite the Supervisory Committee report, the Chair of the Supervisory, to come and give us the report. Thank you, Wilson.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's wave. Thank you. I'm here to bring you the report or the Supervisory Committee report. And so, esteemed and honorable delegates, representatives from the Ministry of Co-Operative, the board members, staff, and the colleagues in the Supervisory Committee, on behalf of the Supervisory Committee, and we have the members here. We have Mariana and Patrick. This is the report of Supervisory Committee, and the committee is mandated to provide oversight to the SACCO, reviewing all the transactions that we undertake, just to ensure that the laid down we are following the required regulations. Much of the report, as you is confirming what the chair have already told us, so I may not be reading every piece of it, but I'll go highlighting different areas. We can go together on page 21. So on the area of governance during Ushirika Day, the SC is pleased to report to you, delegate, and the members that we were recognized as Waumini SACCO as being the most efficient deposit-taking SACCO, and we were ranked number 1. The best in risk management, ranked number 2. Most improved SACCO, ranked number 3. Best in credit management, ranked number 3. Best in deposit management, ranked number 3. And best managed deposit-taking SACCO, ranked position 2. We can clap for ourselves again. And you can see all the trophies that are here demonstrating that the SACCO is really on the great trajectory. And these achievements have been possible because of our members, because of you delegates, because of our able secretariat, cooperation of the board, and also the SC. And we are requesting that the board, because the board is the unifying factor here, Chair, continue to do the great work that you are doing to ensure that we get more trophies come next year. Honorable delegates, last year we sat here for the 43rd ADM, and we made some resolutions. As the Supervisory Committee, I wish to report that the resolutions that you made, we have followed them to ensure that they are complied with by the board and also the management. As the Supervisory Committee, we wish to tackle an issue to do with delegate education and our members' education. Now, we know that one of the key principles of cooperative movement is education to members so that they can be able to make informed decisions. The SACCO had, in the year 2024, organized for 3 webinars where members were being taught. And when we looked at the attendance of those webinars, as shown in the table 1, the first webinar in February, that is in Q1, had 475 members. The second webinar had 1,340 members. And the third webinar had 737 members. Honorable delegates, look at those numbers. Do they tally with the number that we were told that the total membership right now stand at 66,000? Do those numbers of attendance tally? There is a challenge in attending this meeting, is it? So I think I will throw this challenge to each one of us. whenever we are called for education and there is a virtual meeting, let's mobilize our members. Let's mobilize our members. And right now here in this room, we are more than 500. Do we all join these meetings? It's a challenge to us and also to the board to look out why are members not able to join the meeting so that we can dispense education to them. The virtual forum are recorded and they are filed after the meeting. If you 100% miss the education, kindly ensure you also encourage our members to join the meeting, not to join, but to listen to the recording, because they will get the valuable information regarding their personal development and the progress of the circle. The other area that we wish to report to you, Honorable Delegate, is on the circle growth and member engagement. And there are some parameters that we checked, and they are listed there on Table 2. Table 2, comparing the progress growth of our circle. And I wish to just to take on one parameter there. You can read the whole table. I wish to take you to active members. As the close of 121 active members. And the chair has reported that total membership 66,570. So the proportion that is active is only 75%. And you have mentioned that we have issue to do with dormant members. And where are these dormant members? Are they in our units? Yes? Are they the faithfuls that we interact with? Let's encourage them that there are so many benefits of being active member. There is so many benefits of being active members. Let's encourage them that we be active. The other indicators, I request that you read and you go through them. And you can note that on share deposit, there was a great growth of 33%. On member recruitment, in the year 2024, 5,500 individual members were recruited, and 91 Category B members were recruited. And I want to take you to the table above. You see, we recruited 5,500 new members, is it? New members we recruited in 2024. If you look at 2023, active members were 49,925, is it? So we are recruiting, but others are sliding into dormancy. Let's do something about that as delegate, because as delegate, we also have a mandate of educating our members, is it? Yes, let's educate them and encourage them to continue to be active. In the same year, we had 394 members who applied to exit the circle, and the reasons that were cited was that they were having financial challenges, others was difficult securing guarantors, discontented members after losing deposit, or job losses affecting their financial stability. Now, we have talked with the board, and they have assured us that they are working to ensure our members' experience. Where there is dissatisfaction, it is the work of the board to ensure that our members are well satisfied. They are working to ensure that there is what we call great customer experience. And we have heard even now Chair talking about that if you have issues of getting loans because you do not have a guarantor, they have given you an option of taking a loan of 800,000, secure a plot, and consequently, you can be able to use that plot as a security. Then on the issue of financial or performance, that is on page 23, The SC wish to report that there have been growth on our asset or on our balance sheet of 8.0%. That is growing from 6.8 billion to 7.4 billion. That is a significant growth. And on the revenue, in the year 2024, we projected that the revenue will be 999 million. That is about 300 shy of 1 billion. But we managed to achieve 83.88% of that. So it is quite a significance, but again, we are requesting and telling the board, let's hit 1 billion this year, because it is possible. Is it possible we hit 1 billion? Is it possible? Yes. So, Chair and the board, kindly let's hit 1 billion this year. We know that this one is possible. When we reviewed the expenditure, we noted that there was 15% saving against the budgeted amount. Looking at the table 3, where we have the compliance indicators, and as they have been shared, we are complying with capital adequacy ratio. We are at 16.61, whereas the statutory regulation spells that it have to be greater than 10. We are already at 16. On core capital to total deposit, we are at 25.43%, while the minimum set by the regulator is it have to be greater than 8%. I wish just to go to the last item there, that is portfolio at risk, where we are at 6.32, while the minimum set by the regulator, or the regulator have said that percent should be less than 6.5. So that is a discussion we are having with the board, that they really need to work on the portfolio at risk by ensuring that our loans are repaid, they continue to enhance loan recovery. And who are the people to help us to do that? It is us in this room, is it? Because we are saying delegate is the topmost organ that makes policy of this circle. So we are the people to help in ensuring that that portfolio at risk goes to where it is. Though there have been gradual improvement, I remember years back we were talking about percentage higher than this, but there have been gradual improvement on the same. On loan management and recovery, we have talked about that in 2024, we managed to disburse 3.2 billion, and this was again 87.88% of what we had targeted. If we look at the target for last year, we had targeted to disperse loan of 3.7, but we achieved 3.6. So you can see there was a shortfall of about $500 million. And that also triggers to what we are talking about, that we have members, but they have not taken loan. And I thank our member there who have challenged the board also to ensure that we educate our members and we empower our members so that we can boost that loan uptake. We have talked also about loan book growth and portfolio. That is the close of the year. 2024, our loan that were what we call loan book or loan portfolio was at 5.96 billion, and we compare with that with the previous year, where we had 5.389 billion. So you can see that our loan book, despite not all members having loan, there was a growth of 10.58% of our loan book. On debt recovery and loan setting strategy, the SC, that is the Supervisory Committee, appreciate the effort of all stakeholders in ensuring that there is timely repayment of the loan. But however, there's still room for improvement to ensure that loans are paid in good time, to ensure that our PAR is within the remit. Honorable delegates, now on page 24. On page 24, the first item there about the loans form. So as SC, we take and review the loan forms that members apply loans with. And when we were reviewing them, we noted that the majority of our members do not indicate the amount they wish to guarantee a member. This is not good. This is not good. Because I may have a friend whom I want to risk only 10 shillings. Out of my 100, I want to risk with that member only 10 shillings. But if I don't indicate that 10 shillings, and the Secretariat is reviewing that form, they will assume that since I have not indicated, I have risked or guaranteed using my 100 shillings. Let's educate our members on this, that they ensure that they indicate the amount that they wish to guarantee, such that in case of anything, yes, we wish that the member pays, but in case of anything, you have been able to control your risk. Is it? Yes, kindly let's do that. Again, as 4.3, as SC, it is within our mandate that every month we review what we call insider lending to ensure that there is compliance. And here we wish to state that insiders are the board members, the supervisory committee members, and the Secretariat. We look at their loan performance report just to ensure that they are repaying their loans just like any other members. And note that the board, the supervisory, and the Secretary do not receive any loan on different terms other than the terms that members receive their loans on. If it's development loan, it is the same. If it's Mjengo loan, it is the same. So we are tasked to ensure that there is compliance, and we have ensured that as close of the year, all the loans for the insider were in performing state, and you can review that in our book here. You can be able to see the same. Then 4.4 on what we call bank reconciliation and identified deposits. Again, as a supervisory committee, on every month, we look whether the bank reconciliations are done the way they are supposed to do, and we are happy to report that they are being done as they are supposed to be done every month. But we have a concern of what we call unidentified deposit. As the close of the year, we had 9.6 million. 9.6 million in Waumini Sacco account, but we could not say this money belongs to member ABC. This is not good, is it? This is not good, is it? And why is it that we are not able to identify that money? Because the member who deposited the money did not indicate either their full name, did not indicate their member number, did not indicate their ID number. So the money is in the account, but it's still unidentified. Kindly, even if you are to send someone to deposit money for you, give them your member number. Let them indicate the member number on the deposit slip, such that when the money comes it's being reviewed on the bank statement, they are able to know who does this money belong to. So let's educate our members, and we appreciate the board for the action that they have taken. They are trying and they are working on integration such that whenever you go to any of our bank, you are not allowed to deposit until you provide sufficient identification, because an identified number, deposit in any banking institution or in any financial institution is a risk that really needs to be mitigated. Still, 4.5 is on members regia. Again, we wish to confirm that SSC, we have consistently reviewed the members regia just to ensure that all the transactions that are happening are the authorized transactions. No unauthorized transactions happen in our members regia, and where any transaction is initiated by the Secretariat, members are made aware either via SMS or they are notified in any other way, but you cannot just wake up and find a transaction that have happened in your regia. Or anyone have found such? Anyone who have found that there have been a transaction they have not authorized in their regia? Yeah, that's something that we are very keen to check just to ensure. Then on 4.6, this regards Cusco, and we have talked about it. And as a supervisory committee, we note that this affects our circle, and we are always in constant communication with the board that in every forum that this matter is being discussed, that the board should be represented, or Waumini Circle should be represented in those forums, because we are key stakeholders, as you can see from there, that quite amount of money was put in there. And we are also noting that in the financial accounts that have been will be presented to you, the projected income that was to come to us from that investment of 33 million have not been factored, so that it does not distort our account. And also, as guided by the regulator, Karibu Father. Yes, as guided by our regulator, we have made provisions of 17 million. And note that this provision is to safeguard the deposit of our members. The provisions that we are being told to make by the SASRA or the regulator is to protect the deposit of our members. On operation and performance, we are on page 24 on operation and performance. So we are, as Supervisory Committee report, we are reporting that in 2024, we have been reviewing all procurement and disposals that have been done in Waumini Circle, just to ensure that they are in compliance. And we wish to report to you, honorable delegates, that there have been compliance in procurement and disposal as guided by the policies. Then 5.2 is that we reviewed the risk registers. As a circle, we have risk registers, just that shows how exposed are we and the procedures or actions taken to mitigate those risks. So we reviewed them, and we found they are there, and where there have been areas of improvement, we have shared the same with the board. On policies, we noted that policies were reviewed just to ensure that they are compliant with the current requirement, and also to ensure that they are cognizant of emerging risks that are there, and also in compliance with the evolving member needs. Then the Supervisory Committee also conducted visits to all operational areas, that is the liaison's office and the branches, just to ensure that where our members receive services, everything is going on well, where we took note of operational issues, including how many staffs are there, are they adequate, Are there securities measures in our branches to ensure that our branches are secure? How is the customer service in our branches, and also compliance in terms of licensing? So we wish to report that any finding we found, areas of improvement have been shared with the board. On departmental operations, so during the year 2024, we engaged with the HODs and had discussions that was to try to understand their operation, to understand the challenge they could be going through, and also the areas of improvement. And the discussion that we had with the HODs was revolving around loan recovery, improving internal controls, strengthening our ICT infrastructure, attracting and retaining what we call top-notch HR, that is human resource, and enhancing customer experience, optimizing marketing strategies, and also credit and finance. There were so many findings that we found, and the same, I wish to confirm, have been shared with the board for consideration. Then a supervisory committee, we note that human resource is one and the key asset in Waumini Sacco. So we reviewed, we been noting that in consistent improvement, there were taken through trainings. There have been programs to ensure what we call wellness program, and also enhanced employee benefits, just to ensure that we are able to attract and retain top-notch human resource. As we all know that if the human resource is wanting, to the members will also be wanting. On management of information system, there is a guiding rule that is information prevention and business deposit taking in Regulation 2010. So we reviewed that system reports. Our system serve members information, and our system that our system is adhering to the policies and is adhering to the guidelines in Regulation 2010. The SC confirms that Waumini Sacco has a strong disaster preparedness and business continuity plan that was approved by the board. This is to ensure that should there be any disruption, Waumini Sacco can be able to go back into business within the shortest time possible. And while the plan, we say that it meets the required standards, there is need to do what we call continuous improvement, especially on areas of cyber security, data management, and system resilience, which we have been, the board has assured us that this is something that they are also keen in to ensure that our member data is well protected. And should anything happen, Waumini Sacco is well covered. And that is where I think Chair was talking about having a disaster recovery site somewhere, where should anything happen to our main branch, we are able to resume. On issues to do with the strategic plan implementation, that is the number eight. I remember last year when we were talking about launching our strategic plan, it was the previous year. We have a strategic plan in place that ends in 2027. So as SC, we track whether the board and the secretariat are working towards achieving that strategic plan, because it's the plan that we approved here. So there have been consistent improvement and achievement. There have been, as per the timelines or the implementation matrix on the strategic plan, we noted that in the year there was recruitment of a digital marketer. That is to enhance our feasibility in the digital space. And there have been also enhanced members' education through webinars and parish visits. And as highlighted also by the chair, there have been technological advancement just to ensure that there is operational efficiency. And the board has committed to conduct a comprehensive research of the products that are being offered to ensure that our products are aligned to our members' needs. Because the question has been, yes, we are saying that not all members have loans. Could it be that the loans or the products that we are offering to members are not aligned with their needs? So the board have committed, and also as guided by the strategic plan, to conduct a research or go there and inquire from members, why are you not taking loans? Is it because maybe the way we have packaged our Mjengo loan, the way we have packaged our development loan is not attractive? And how can we improve it so that we can improve the loan uptake? So again, to enhance good governance and management practices, the SACCO reviewed the policies, that is to align them with the regulatory requirement, industry practices, and the emerging marketing trends. So in enhancing member recruitment, it is in line with the strategic plan, and the Consolata Declaration was brought to life, and we have seen that. And even we have been recognition of some members for their outstanding performance, which now calls to all of us to join in that wagon and continue to recruit members and also do deposit mobilization. On matters ISO certification, we noted that we are now on track. We have started to implement. And every preparation was done in 2024, and the official launch was done in this year, that is in January, which means that the SACCO is now have now embarked on journey toward ISO certification, which is a demonstration of top quality commitment to quality management, operational efficiency, and improved service delivery to our members. So in conclusion, the Supervisory Committee acknowledges the dedication of our members, the delegates, the board, and the secretariat in ensuring the SACCO continued success. Waumini SACCO remains well positioned for sustainable growth. Going forward, we encourage collaboration and adherence to best practices to secure a financially strong and member-focused SACCO. Waumini SACCO? Waumini SACCO? Thank you, and may God bless Waumini SACCO. The report is signed by the chair, the secretary, and member of Supervisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, the Supervisory Chair. Let's appreciate him again. You know, the Supervisory also makes sure that we are doing the right thing. They are there to make sure that we are compliant. I can see some of us are seeing Esther. Can we kindly stand? If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, amen. Amen. If you are happy and you know, say amen. Amen. If you are happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you are happy and you know, say amen. Amen. Thank you very much. Have a seat. We continue being patient. We are behind by 2 hours. Yeah, look at the program. So let's be very, very patient. We are now coming to an area that is very sensitive. It is the approval of the 2024 accounts and the Auditors Report. And here, I'm going to welcome George Murithi, our treasurer, to come and take us through this session. Let's clap for him as he comes.
Okay, thank you so much. It's afternoon. Good afternoon. Being reminded that we needed to adopt the SC report. So in the interest of time, do we have a proposer for the SC report? Yes, my brother? Yes, your member number? 016-190.
06190.
Okay, that is captured. Someone to second so that we proceed. Yes, there is a member, far left, a lady. Oh, yeah, sorry, ma'am. Please proceed.
006541.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Now, team, tumeambiwa we are 2 hours behind time. I don't know, how many of us here are teachers by profession? Quite a number of us. But si wote tumekuwa kwa darasa la hesabu, sio? How is it to have mathematics double just before lunch? That's what I want to treat you for. So it's mathematics double just before lunch. However, it can be made easy. Mathematics is easy. So to make it easy, as usual, have your calculator near you. Ndio ikuwe rahisi, si ndio? I think we've heard quite a bit of communication from the chair. Thank you, chair. You made it easy. Even chair SC. So right now we'll have a very simple ride. So at this point, I would wish to welcome our external auditor. And I'll be requesting of him, I know he has an opinion. That opinion is in that booklet. Sindio? Si opinion. Na tunajua kusoma, sindio? But what he's coming to do is to give us the figures in a brief manner. Then we have a discussion. I promise we'll take very short time. And tukitoka hapa, we shall make some good progress. So allow me to welcome Bwana Kamwara. He is our external auditor. Your book, take note of the questions so that you, Bwana Kamwara.
Waumini, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I will not take a double lesson. I'll take not even a single lesson. I'll take half a lesson. That's good news for you. My name is Robert Kamwara. I am the managing partner, Mwangi and Kamwara Associates. I wish to thank you very much for your appointment of us being your auditors for the year 2023, for the year 2024, sorry. We practice from Ushuru Sacco Center on the 5th floor. So if you feel that you want to visit our office for further discussions, for any briefing, please feel free to come to our office. The books are tabled there. You can always ask for the managing partner. We have two other partners, Mr. Mwangi and Mr. Hilary Wameo. Feel free to come and see them. I am also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and also feel free if you want to visit us for any other opinion. And in this case, I had an opportunity to sit with your board and also enrich them on a few legal matters that relate to your organization, and I'm pleased to inform you they have accepted and complied. So without much ado, I will take you to the financial statements, and as promised, I don't take 15 minutes. Ni sawa sawa? Niwapeleke through the numbers mwelewe vizuri, na after that we shall conclude. Go to the statistical information page. Statistical information is on page 32. And at any time, and if at home you have any other financial set of accounts from any other institution that you envisage wanting to speak to them about, or you have at times felt like you may want to move to that organization, this is the reason why you should just look at our statistical information and theirs and see how you are doing. Page 32, you will see a comparison of numbers. And the first number that I want us to discuss about is the core capital. Your core capital has moved from 1.1 billion shillings to a figure of 1.2 billion. That is a growth of 11.6%. Share capital. Share capital has grown from 460 million to 613 million. What is share capital? When these members who are awarded here a few checks, when these members come in, new members come in, they introduce new share capital, okay? That is why you'll realize, because they're trying to rush to catch up with the statutory minimum, you'll see that figure going up. So the more you encourage more people to come in as members, the more the advantage you have of your share capital increasing. You too have also on your monthly contributions been putting in something little in relation to share capital. Now, one thing that you may want to appreciate, members, here, you're a unique organization because unlike some of you who are GOK employees or members of other companies, maybe TSC or something, you'll realize because there is not much recruitment going on, you'll realize the age group is that aging group. And therefore, you realize that the share capital never grows, unlike your organization where your share capital is growing. And that has got a very good impact on your cash flows. Now, encourage your spouses, encourage your children, because it's a faith-based membership, to try as much as possible to join the organization. Are we getting the concept? Unlike these other organizations or these other circles, which are strictly based on employees. So if the employees are not being recruited further, then there will be no growth, yeah? So there is that advantage that you have. Enjoy having that advantage. You're recruiting more, and you can even recruit even much more. And let it not just be delegates, but also try and bring in also your spouses, also try and bring in your children. They inherit this. Remember, share capital, the shares that you have, you can always put them in your will as a member. If I put on my hat as an advocate, I'll tell you, the shares that you have here can always be inherited by your children and can be part of your inheritance for purposes of devolving your will. Very good. The other number I'll look at is member deposits. Member deposits have also grown from 4.6 billion to 4.8 billion. Slightly here, I would say not doing very well. I would expect that your deposits should be growing faster so that you can be able to take more and more loans. Unless you don't have a lot of faith with the organization, you should be able to put more and more deposits so that you can get the buyer coming in. So try and concentrate also more on making sure your member deposits are growing. It should not be 5, next time it should be 10. Look at the other number down there slightly, just go down. There is loan to members. Now, if you look at loan to members, the figure is 0.3 to 5.96 billion. Can you see that? Now, this represents 80% of your total assets. Your total assets are a total figure of, as in if you are to say what kind of an organization you are in terms of wealth, you are a 7.4 billion circle. Okay? Remember, anybody who's gone past 5 billion is in Taiwan, yeah? Sinikweli. So you guys are in Taiwan, right? Right? So you're in Taiwan and really growing. So remember, where should your wealth be? And at this point now, I want to take you to page number 39. That's why you said a lesson will be very fast, but quite educative, and we shall be done in the promised time. If you look at your loans to members, if you are on that balance sheet, hapo kwa assets, you will see the 5.9 billion shillings reflected there. Now, if you compare that with the total assets, it's 80% of your wealth is sitting in loans. It's sitting in this population that we have here representing, okay? Now, if you're to achieve the goals that you want, it should be almost at 90%. 90% of the total organization should be sitting with, not with Cusco. Sinikweli. It should not even be sitting with the banks. You can see what the characters are doing to you. We'd rather have amongst ourselves here on the money, isn't it? Yeah, we know about treasury bills. Bills are a secure place, but not 100%. You heard what Bonachea said. So we need to be very careful. Let us also ensure that our monies are sitting amongst our loan members. But when it's amongst the loan members around here, it becomes it. So I had a lot of time looking at your book. Let members enjoy lower interest rates. So unaona hata Central Bank wameambia commercial banks lower your interest rates so that people can borrow more. Yeah. So there is that discussion that is going on in the movement. Can we bring down the loan rates, yeah, so that you can have people borrowing more and more, and that will be a good way out. Now, one small thing I noted that may need a bit more of your concern is that story about the PAR on page number 23. Few pointers that I want to bring out that we are not doing very well, and you need to improve institutional capital and your PAR. PAR, you can see that small box there on page 23. We have, first of all, the portfolio. Tukienda chini ya 5%, we shall call ourselves faithful. So right now we can say we are not very good in paying in taking care of our risk, because that figure looks like 6.3, but it is very significant. So let the PR come down, and the credit committee also has a very heavy responsibility, and the management, to ensure that they are monitoring this and keep pushing you to pay your loans. The other figure that is key, institutional capital. Now, what is institutional capital, for your knowledge? Now, this is money that has been set aside from your reserves just to take care of the institution. Money that does not have got any relation with your core capital, with the share capital that you have. And what does that mean? The day you will stop contributing deposits and you say, now I'm sitting back just to receive my share capital, to receive my dividends, the money will strictly be coming from the institution. So you need to have built that strength of the institution, so that it can be able to pay you even when the organization, even when you're not contributing into the organization in terms of deposits and in terms of further share capital. You want to be coming here and receive a check, 20,000, 50,000, because the institution is firm and strong in itself. And how can you grow institutional capital? Do you know the solution? Yeah? Put more reserves. More reserves, eh? And more reserves is you reduce your kilo unakula leo. So we reduce what we are eating today. Like you have demonstrated something very good. You are actually, I would say, you are amongst my very few clients who have actually reduced their returns from what they were getting from rebates. Everybody keeps saying, "Apana, we want it to go up." Ongeza na 0.2. When you go for the board meetings, they say, "Apana, let's manage it. We go to 15.2. But I saw you reduced from 16 to 15, which is good. And you have also reduced the other figure, which I give you kudos for having done that. Said and done, I'll read for you my auditor's report. I think I'm in minute number 12. And I'll be brief again to read the opinion. Am I very fast? We are okay, eh? Thank you, thank you. Opinion, page number 34. So we are saying, in our opinion, we have audited the financial statements of Waumini Sacco Society Limited, referred to as the society, set out on page 10 to 30 of the main booklet, the accounting booklet, which comprise of the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2024, the statement of profit and loss, and other comprehensive income. Statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes to the financial statements, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the society's financial position as at 1st December 2024, and of its financial performance in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards and the Sacco Societies Act number 14 of 2008. Basis of our opinion, we conducted our audit in accordance with international standards on audit, and our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements section of our report. We are independent of the society in accordance with International Ethics Standards Board of Accountants, Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, together with the ethical requirements that are relevant to our audit of the financial statements in Kenya, and we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with these requirements and the IESBA code. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. What we are saying in brief is that whatever is in this booklet as the balance sheet and the income statement that I read to you is what is back in their office in the financial statements, and we state that the books are representing a true and a fair view of the financial statements. We place ourselves once again for re-election to move ahead and do your of Waumini to greater heights. I wish you great deliberations. Thank you. 15 minutes exactly.
Thank you so much, Bwana Kamwara. I think that was quite timely and you've made it quite simple. So we wish to appreciate you for that. So team, we said we had a double math lesson. This is where we discuss various issues, but before then, we may need to first adopt that report, then we open the floor to a few issues. Anybody? Yes, ma'am, here. You can give the mic.
02006.
Thank you. A seconder? Okay, my brother there.
024500.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, team. So team, I wish to take a certain direction so that we understand these books better. I've always told you, when you're here, ukirudi pale nyumbani, you will be the Kamwara. Una venye amesema? When you go back to a unit, you will have no other Kamwara. You are the Kamwara, sindio? And it's important by the time you leave here, there are certain things that you need to have gotten right so that you can discuss with your people quite well. But before I proceed, let me see the calculators. Ndio tusonge haraka. In the interest of time. Kila mtu akona calculator? Chair, where is your calculator? So, and leo nimeleta the real one. Wachana na ya simu. But team, I wish we have a discussion. We know the Cusco issue. Sio? Hello? You know the Cusco issue. Have you heard here, someone was saying that if we didn't have Cusco, maybe things would be better. Sindio? But how better would it be? Let's see whether it would be any better. So I want to invite you to page 13 of your books. Please. Page 13, quickly. Ukifika, sema umefika. Page 13. Do you see something called 1.4 revenue? Can you see something like that? Page 13, pale chini kabisa. Can you see a figure of 33.369? And we are saying that is the revenue that we forewent. Yani ni pesa, ni yetu ndio, lakini hatuku recognize. So take note of that amount. Sawa? 33 million. So for ease of calculation, let's call it 33 million. Wachana na hizo zingine. Sini sawa? So 33 million we never recognized. Tuko pamoja? And I want to go at the pace of the person mwenye atasema ko slowest. Because I've said, ukirudi kwa institution, we ndiye Kamwara. Sini sawa? So 33 million we never recognized. Now I want to take you to page, in the notes, we can quickly run to page 51 now. Are we there? Page 51? Ukifika tu sema umefika, ndo tusonge vizuri. 51. You're there? Can you see note 11? Impairment expenses. Can you see the second one called impairment on Cusco investment? 17 million, 17.1. So what is 33 plus 17? Now let me explain. 33 million, we are saying this, that Cusco had our 350 million. That money was supposed to earn interest. But because we don't know the status as of now, we shall not recognize it as revenue. So meaning hiyo pesa ikirudi, we shall write it back. Sini sawa? So tulitoa 33 from our revenue. Sini sawa? Then over and above that, we've said from the money that we've made, we have to set aside 17 million just in case Cusco never comes back. Unaelewa sasa provisioning? So tumeanza kupanga mapema. So meaning this year we had to provide 50 million in totality due to the Cusco issue. Sini sawa? So umeona 33 plus 17 is 50. So now walk with me to page 50. Ulikuwa 51, sasa turudi 50. Tuko page 50. Pale juu kuna kitu inaitwa interest expenses. Na hiyo ndio lugha tunaelewa kama investors sometimes, eh? Sio ni ile pesa tutapewa. Can you see a figure of 421, 653, 677? Umeona hiyo figure mahali? That's the money that we shall be distributing. Na tumesema rate ni ngapi? 8 point. Sasa tulisema kuna mahesabu ilikuwa inaitwa cross multiplication. Do you remember? Calculator. You know you'll be the Kamwara. Na tutaki ukifika huko uchanganyikiwe. So page 50. Can you see the 421 million? Iko hapo. So say this, hata wachana na hiyo pesa mingi, eka tu 421. So say this, if 421 equals 8.5%. Acha nirudie. 421 ndo tutadistribute, si ndio? Are we together? And Cusco, we've provided 50 million, si ndio? Do you remember how we arrived at the 50 million? So what is 421 plus 50? So 471. You understand now? So if we didn't have Cusco, maybe we'll be saying we are distributing 470. Tuko sawa di hapo? So now say 471 times 8.5. Tuko sawa? 471 times 8.5. If your calculator is okay, it should be 4,003.5. Tuko sawa di hapo? Divide that figure by 421. Hello? Hello? Diaspora, uko juu, tuko pamoja? So umepata figure gani? What does that speak? How much did we give last year? So when the chair stood here and said our performance would have been better, is it true? So that's a reality. However, a lot can happen even between now and then. But we wanted to demonstrate all is not gloom. Because government has said your property is safe, pesa yenu itarudi. That's money that will still come back. But we had to be prudent. That's number one. So we are answering the question, what's the impact of Cusco on our take home? Tumejibu swali ya kwanza. Now let's take, assuming the 50 million tulieka kwa dividends. So you ilikuwa ni interest on deposit sasa. Now, for you to get that better, please move with me to page, so that we walk together. Page 31, please. Page 31. Now, uko na calculator. Remember, you'll be the Kamwara in your institution. And these hard questions we have to answer together. See you? Page 31. There is interest on members' deposits. Can you see a statement like that? Unaona hapo mahali hapo? Okay, let me say this. Can you see a table? Can you see there is a line called proposed dividends? Can you see that? With a figure of 76 million. Can you see that figure? So let's assume hypothetically that tumesema hiyo pesa ya Cusco hata ingeenda kwa dividends, si kwa deposit. Sawa? So say this. What is 76 plus 50? 126? Tuko sadi hapo? So calculate again. So say 126 times 15. Si unapeana na rate ya 15? Sindio? Then divide by 76. What would that be, the percentage? Of course there are assumptions, but it would have been 24%. You understand what we are trying to say? So we are trying to demonstrate what's the impact of that. But even if assuming that was not to be the case, and we put it into the reserves, the institution would be much stronger. Tuko sawa diapo? So I wanted as your treasurer to come and address the aspect that what is the impact of Cusco on Waumini Sacco, and we've seen that. Then there is something else that the chair said earlier, where is our money kept as of now? So during the education, and I hope we all attended, Chair explained to us the journey that we've had with Cusco. Hello? Hello? Tuko pamoja? So Waumini, we joined Cusco from infancy. Mwaisikia ni ile kitu kizaliwa unapewa. Ni kama birthright. So since 1980. But up to 2021, that's when that money was there. Now since 2021, we've moved keeping our money with the central bank. So there was that transition. Tuko sawa diapo? But we have a responsibility, and this is where I'm coming from. And because we shall be moving to the budget shortly, I want to challenge ourselves. I don't know, how many of us here wamesikia kuna watu wanaitangwa watu wa bodaboda? Tumeisikia? And have you seen them do wonders sometimes? Mnashangaa wanatoanga pesa wapi? Mwaisikia sako ya bodaboda wamejenga, wamefanya many other things, eh? Have you heard that? Tama ni mimi nasikianga tu. I want us to challenge ourselves. What is the minimum deposits that we contribute as Waumini? 500. Okay, kuna 100 ni ya benevolent, si ndio? But deposits ni ngapi? Hiyo si ndio minimum? Where are we in Waumini? Let me ask that question. Usinijibu. Where are you in Waumini? Is it for financial empowerment? Personally, yes. Si ndio? So let's assume, on average, a fresh graduate, ama mtu ametoka shule, ameingia kufanya kazi at the age of 22 years. Tuko pamoja? Uko na calculator, eh? Sasa tuseme huo mtu yeye aliingia Waumini anatoanga minimum. So andika 500. Kwa hiyo calculator 500. Si ni sawa? How many months are there in a year? Multiply that by 12. What's the retirement age in Kenya? So what is 60 minus 22? 38. Tuko sawa? Multiply that by 38. Sorry? 228,000. What we are telling you is that if you remain at the basic 500 na uliingia Waumini ukiwa 22 years and you retire at 60 mali unafanya kazi, you'll only have 228,000. Now 500 shillings kwa calculator, rudi kwa calculator. 500 shillings, how many days are there in a month? So divide that by 30. So how much are you saving per day? Huh? 16 shillings. I'm not trying to say anything. Utaniambia maana nasema kitu. Now, if today I gave you 15 shillings, unaweza niita mimi mtu wa heshima? Itakaa madharau. Kwa nini? Na si ni 15 na huku anayo, si mimi nimekupa. But do you get the message? With 15 shillings, what is it that you are able to buy na ukule as a meal in Kenya? A cup of tea is how much? A cup of tea. Huh? Okay, that depends wapi. Let's okay, let me withdraw that. A cup of tea, it will depend where. But let's say the cheapest. 20 bob. Let's take 20 bob. So we are saying you are unable to save a cup of tea daily. You understand now? Do you also realize by the time we retire at 60, assuming, that's when you will also need some money? Sindio? Aya. Let's take this as an example, calculator again. Let's assume you earn 35,000 per month. Sawa? 35,000 per month. Let's assume. Unajua we are trying to improve ourselves, sindio? 35,000. Ukitoa shisha, hizo vitu zote, utabaki na 29,000. So that's what you're taking home. There is a certain principle that you should be doing 50, 30, 20 with your earnings. 50, 30, 20. Where 50% should take care of your normal needs. Rent, nini, vitu nyingi. Sini sawa? 30% could go to your wants, but 20% you save. Of course, kwa hiyo 30% ile ingine kuna tithe na vitu zingine ni sawa. Sini sawa? So I want you to take, what is 20% of 29,000? Tuko pamoja, calculator? Chia yako imeleta ngapi? Naona chia ucalculate. Maybe pesa, huh? I want us to get the lesson so that when I get to the budget now it will be easier. 5,800. Sini sawa? 5,000? Now, multiply that times 12 months. Sini sawa? Assuming you are that fresh graduate, you will work for 38 years. How much money would that be? So we are saying, with just 35,000 as your salary, by the time you're retiring, you would have accumulated 2.2 million with Waumini. It's doable with 35,000. I don't want to ask you, ni ngapi tunaweza kuwa tukipata? Maybe tuko hapo, wengine tuko higher, but I'm trying to show you the reality. Can I also challenge you, the secret of the boda people? Hello? Hello? Boda people wanakuanga na kitu inaitwa chama. Mwisikia chama? Hiyo sako zao machama. Do you know how much they contribute daily? 200 shillings only. 200 shillings? Hata wewe nikikwambia umpewe 200 utanipea kila siku. Now, what is 200 times 30? Unaona yako 20% ni 5,800, yake ni 6,000. Do you realize that now? Do you realize why these people eventually they will have a bigger empire than some of us who are there? Can I also shock you? Can I also shock you? Sahi ukipewa shilingi 10,000. Unaona sahi? And I want to, as your treasurer, I want to challenge, kuna watu wamewin hapa 15,000 na mwingine 10,000 na mwingine 5. Unajua akitoka nyumbani yako anajua atapata hiyo pesa. Hiyo tunaitanga windfall. Si ndio? I can assure you, hiyo pesa asipo invest. Unaona kesho jioni. No, let's be real. Kesho jioni. Hello? Am I taking too much time? But is it important as your treasurer? That I can assure you. Kesho jioni, hata achana na jioni. Ni venye tuwezi wauliza. Sasa hiyo 5,000 wanaweza kuwa wameipangia. You understand now where I'm coming from? So the boda people, our songi because they have a lot of money. But they have a saving culture. You understand where I'm coming from? So we are able, in fact, let me challenge you. From now henceforth, Please. Si nimekwambia shilingi 15, ukasema ni pesa si ya maana. Sasa we delegate kuanzia leo. Ukiona unataka kubaki pale kwa minimum, kumbuka 15 shillings. That's what you're giving daily. You understand now? Of course there is a question about us protecting our wealth. Ndio maana unasikia hizo sako za boda boda, you cannot just easily default because ni pesa yao, ni jasho yao, si ndio? Even us tunataka tufike hapo kama Waumini, and I can assure you. Let me also give you the final thing before I read the budget now. Just assume uko nyumbani. There is some information I saw this week in the diaries that the pensioners, they survive on less than 20,000 a month. Sijui kama mliona, ni mimi niliona. Do you know someone who has retired at our village? Huh? Sasa tuseme mtu alitoa 500. Na sasa tunapeana dividends ama ndio interest at 8.5. So what is 220? Ilikuwa 228. Do you remember 220,000? Calculate again. 228,000 times 0.085. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi? 19,000. Naona huyo mtu tu alikuanga na minimum. Sasa huyo ni mtu ako nyumbani amepewa 19,000. Na hiyo uchumi yenye iko hapo hata utajua kwenye imeenda. Now let's assume you did like that boda guy. So akaeka 2 point what, my brother? It was how much? 2.6 million. So what is 2.6 million? Calculator tu weka hapo. 2.6 million times 0.085. Sasa nikuulize, you are retired uko nyumbani. Na unajua March 15th niko na 221,000. Si unaona, ndio maana unaona mzee anasoma gazeti hapo unashangaa anatoa pesa wapi? Sasa mimi niko na 19,000 on this side, hata kabla ifike imeisha. Lakini kuna mzee yeye anangojanga tu, na tumeambiwa hiyo pesa let me give you as a secret. Hata ukiretire usiende kuanzisha biashara kama uko nayo kabla. Itaanguka. Lakini ya Waumini kutakuwa na watu hapa kina Dr. Okari even of those days. Watakuwa na kuchungiwa na kupea. Unajuanga 1,000 yako 2 inakuja, na ile siku Mungu atakuita kama venye kaka anatuambianga siku ya kufika. Utaacha na utawaachia inachungwa. You will be knowing hata nitalala in peace knowing that every March close to 300,000 comes to the family. The only thing that you need to do is a will, gawana hivi. What would give you more peace than that? Tumeelewana sasa? So the challenge to you, please bring more money, save more, toka kwa minimum. Wacha hiyo minimum ikuanga ni ule mtu elewi. Now you know. Information is? Are you being empowered? Yes. Thank you. So now let's move on to my last agenda, which is the budget. Thank you. Is it the budget or the appropriation of the surplus? Oh, sawa, sorry. Appropriation of the surplus. Quickly, I'll take you to page 31. Page 31. Are we there? Tuko pamoja? Hello? Page 31, are we there? Now, what is surplus? Surplus is after we've done everything. Nada tumekulipa hiyo pesa yako ya deposits. Ni ile pesa imebaki kwa kikapu. Tunaelewana hadi hapo? So, ile pesa tunakulipa against the deposits, that's an expense to the SACCO. Sasa tunasema tukishafanya kila kitu, ile pesa imebaki. Can you see a figure of 124 million? Hello? Nataka tusonge pamoja. Can you see 24 million? I want to show you where that 124 million came from. So turn with me to page 38. Turn to page 38. Na nataka tusonge pamoja. I've challenged you. You will be the Kamwara in your institution. So please ensure tuko sawa. Page 38, tuko pamoja? Are we there? Can you see our revenue? Can you see a figure of 18 million? Revenue. 818 million. Can you see such a figure? Total interest. Can you see interest expense of 421 million? And net interest income. Other operating income. Can you see a figure of 416 million? Tukeka expenses, which was 292. Are we there? Can you see now surplus before tax? 124, 477, 210. Can you see that figure? Now go back to page 31. Umeona mali tumetoa hiyo figure? Sasa ni ile pesa imebaki na tunataka kuulizana how will we distribute that? Si ni sawa? So umepata 124 million. Number one, you give Caesar what belongs to? So hiyo ndio 8 million. Yeye amechukua yake. Sio kama tutangetumia the local name, lakini tutumie Caesar is more conventional. Caesar. So tumelipa 8 million. Si ni sawa? Staki, I have a long way to live. So 124 million. Si ni sawa? Have you seen the 124 million? Have we given Caesar what belongs to Caesar? How much imebaki? Sasa tuko na 115. Hiyo ndio pesa yetu kama waumini sa? After tumelipa kila mtu. Now, there are certain things and I want to beg, and maybe this could be a change for the future. I know our external auditor ametoka, but kuna kitu amesema kuhusu core capital. Core capital. Now, kuna kitu inaitwa general reserves. We are proposing to transfer there 5, but I want to challenge you in future. Can we increase this amount? And the purpose is, and I'll be showing you how your share capital and the core capital zinaendanisha. Maybe I can take that advantage quickly. Go with me to page, a minute here. Just a minute. Our core capital. Just a minute. Nataka tusonge pamoja. Remember when ndiye Kamwara, si ndio? The other side. Just a minute. It's in fact the next page, 32. Page 32. Are you there? Page 32. Can you see core capital? Can you see 1229? 1,229,000,000. That figure is made up of the other two figures which are down there, which is share capital, 613 million. Can you see that? And institutional capital, 615 million. Do you realize your share capital and institutional capital ni kazi imefikiana? 613 against 615. Do you realize that? 613, 615. 613 ni ile pesa wewe umetoa na mimi. You remember the yenye tunatoanga ifike 15,000? That's what the 613 is. But hii 615 ni ile pesa tunasema tunaweka kando every year since 1980 imefika hapo. You understand? That's why I'm challenging you. Maybe in future now we shall say rather than just leaving 5 million, we can also increase that. Ndio pia tupe organization more muscle. Tumeelewana hadi hapo? Hello? I would wish to pause there a bit. Kama hatujaelewanwa nieleze. Tunasema there is a share capital. Sawa? Ile yenye kila member anafaa kutoa 15,000. Si ndio? And so far we've been able to accumulate 613 million as a group. Si ndio? But now going forward, we can also reserve more to build the organization. Si ni sawa? So take that even if it's for the future, so that when you see such a proposal you'll understand where we are coming from. Si ni sawa? Then tumetoa milioni 5 from 115. Then kuna kitu inaitwa sheria. Sheria inasema from the money that you make, 20% of the money that you make, you must retain here. Hello? Mwesikia sheria? Hello? Sheria VAT inasemanga ni pesa ngapi? VAT 16%. Now we are also being told that 20% of the money that you make must be retained where? Within the circle. Sindio? So, what is 20% of 115 million? You'll see it's 23 million. Unaona hiyo 23 million? Mali imetoka, it's 20% of 115 million. Umeona 115? Tuko page 31. Na nataka hiyo kitabu ishike vizuri because you'll be the Kamwara. Sawa sawa? So 23 million. After kutoa 23 million, the board was proposing to pay now dividends at the rate of 15%. Sawa sawa? That amount comes to 76 million. So the total distribution becomes 104. I'm seeing nimepoteza watu. Hello? Hello? You know we are trying to pass this resolution, and unless you understand it, hatutasonga vizuri. Hello? Can I do 1 more minute here to explain it from top? We made 124 million. Are we clear how we made the 124 million? Have we paid Caesar 8 million? Tumebaki na 115 million. Before tuguze hii 115 million, tumeambiwa 20% lazima ibaki. 20% of 115 million is 23 million. Umeona 23 million hapo? Then tumesema tunataka kuweka kwa general reserve 5 million. Si ni sawa? Then as a board or as a team, we are proposing to pay you dividends at a rate of 15% of the share capital that you have, which translates to 76 million. So all that combined, it will be a payout of 104 million. So bado tutakuwa tumebaki with another 11 million yenye bado tutarudisha kwa the organization. Umeelewa sasa? Hatutaki kumaliza kikapu. Have you understood the resolution now? So, can I pass the resolution now? That we distribute that surplus to be appropriated like we've explained. So we need a proposer and a seconder kama tumeelewa. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Aha. Anybody? We save time. We have the budget to go. Yes, I can see hands. Mumo, where is the mic? Or somebody? I can see Mom down there and some colleagues. Okay, thank you, Andera. Tumeelewa sasa, eh? And that issue of, it's just like whenever you get salary, kuna pesa unaekanga kando, unasema hii hata kama situmi nataka kuweka kando. Because something can come up tomorrow. Like now we are providing for Cusco. Ni pesa kama hizi zinatusaidia. You understand now? So that we build our muscle. Thank you. Ma'am?
024-194.
024-194, thank you. We can, sorry?
I propose.
Thank you. Someone else to second?
01671, I support.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So we are done with that. So team, so that I can sit down now, let's look at the budget for next year. Hello? Turn with me to page 60. Page 60. Page? Are we there? Hello? Are we there? Page 60? Now, before I give the budget, there are certain things that we've challenged ourselves. Hello? Tuko pamoja? We've said you will see the boda guys taking over the economy. And I'm not trying to look down upon them. Apana, they are very important to us. You understand? But there is something that they've gotten that we seem not to have gotten. And the Holy Book tells us, you shall know the truth, and the truth will do what? So as a SACCO, there is a last year, and I thank you, Chair, that you are trying to appreciate certain people who've done well. But I want to be very honest. Nastaki tuseme tuinue majina, ama tuinue mkono. Kuna mtu hapa haja recruit hata member. Ukweli tu niseme. Haikuwezi kosa kadhaa. Yeye alisema kazi yangu delegate ni representation. Lakini hiyo maneno ya kuleta member, kumobilize deposits, that sounds foreign. Sitaki kusema ni nani. Unajua nawaona, unajua Mungu amenipa hiyo kipawa. Naweza ona. Nijue huyu, huyu. Lakini sitasema kwa saa hii. But why am I saying so? We've given the statistics that our vision, we've said we are the leading Catholic SACCO. Sindio? Hello? The leading? So why should you have any other Catholic? Why should you have a Catholic in any other SACCO if you are the leading Catholic SACCO? Hello? Why can't we build our own? Why can't we grow? I can assure you the figures that we are giving here, there would come a time next year or another year. Unaona kama yenye tuna struggle na 8.5. The surplus is too much. Tunakuambia hii pesa tukikupea, hii itakuharibu hii. Acha tukuweke. But it's possible. Have you heard of people who own shares in certain companies, and when dividends are declared, they give that money to charity because it's too much? Na si ati ni kwingine, ni hapa Kenya. Hapa tu. Have you heard of such? Hey, ama ni Zach. Unajua kuna ile Kenya huko juu na hii. Sasa tunasema, have you heard of such? Hello? Tuko pamoja? It's doable, it's possible. Now listen, I want to challenge you. From here, there will be no delegate. And I don't know, anyway, it cannot pass as a resolution. But if you are a delegate, usitoke hapa unatoa pesa minimum. Let me tell you. And kuna kitu tunasema kuhusu default. Just like mtu akikuja kwako kwa boma, assuming uko na shamba, akwambia nataka kuchukua loan na nataka unipe title. Utampea? Rahisi hivyo. Why? So what's the difference between title and, let me ask you, what's the difference between that title deed that you have and the money that you have within Waumini? Yenye kwa Waumini si property yako? What I'm trying to say is, please guarantee people, but please be sure of the person you are. Na mtu area kukasirikie because it's your sinijasho yako. Si hapa kuna watu wamepoteza pesa. Si ndio? Na wenye amepotea na pesa si zako, ni mwenzako na alikuwa ulimi mafuta akiomba, si ndio? Kumtafuta inakuwa ngumu. What we are trying to say is, please, like now Chair has told us, we have property huko inaitwa fahari, si ndio? Where all that you need is to apply for that amount, get the land, over the years you have your own property. Nini itazuia mtu asikuwe na yake, si ndio? So please be very firm. Hiyo rafiki mingi pia itaharibu, si ndio? Just know your person that you're guaranteeing. Na pia tumeambiwa tukue faithful. Sawa sawa? I know it's the spirit of the cooperative movement, niyo kusaidiana ndio, but please be faithful. Sawa sawa? So let me take you through the budget now. There are certain columns. Can you see where it's particulars? Page 60, particulars. Can you see budget 2024? Can you see actual 2024? Can you see approved 2025? Can you see revised 2025? Can you see proposed 2026? Let me now explain. Budget 2024 is what we came here last year, a time like this, and approved. So for the entire year, that was what was guiding us. Sawa. Actual is what we realized. For example, we had proposed that our revenue was to be 999, almost $1 billion, sindio? And you've been told we did 83%, which was 838 million. Tuko sawa diapo? That's the actual. Approved, even last year, there is always the next year's budget. Just like you can see this year, we're also bringing in 2026 budget. Tuko pamoja diapo? Can you see the approved budget for 2025? Meaning, today we are in March. See, 2025 imeanza. So meaning there was some expenditure that was also done between January and now. What was guiding that is what you also approved. Tuko sawa diapo? Now, we have the revised 2025. And that's where I want us to spend more time on. Revised is, in as much as we had proposed something last year, there are certain realities that have come on board that we need now to address. And that's what we approve this year. Then for the 2026, we also propose for next year. Tuko sawa diapo? Tumeelewa the columns? Tuko sawa? So now revenue. Total income, last year we did 838 million. This year we propose to go to 1069. Someone might ask how, or how will we get there? And I'll tell you, we'll only get there if we agree we shall do what we are supposed to do. I've already told you, we are contributing below our weight. Na Kenya tuna contribute sahi, let me tell you. You see this discussion? Hello? Naomba Mungu atupe miaka mingi sana. Ndio, when we retire, we shall meet. Hello? Hata tutakuwa 90, 100, ni sawa, tutakuwa na Waumini places tunakutana. Tutakuwa tunasema, unajua hiyo discussion tuliongea 2025 nilipuuza. Sasa ni 20 years, enyewe niko pale tulisema. And I pray that none of us will be saying that. Because now we shall have taken action from today. Okay? And others, tutakuwa tunakutana na wao, wananiambia, 220,000 can take you on holiday to Dubai, si ndio? Unaniambia mimi naenda holiday Dubai na sijatoa shilingi. In fact, unaambia CEO of those days now, si yule, hata kwa huyo. Unamwambia hiyo pesa, lipa direct to Dubai. Niipate huko. Because you'll have your So please, what I'm trying to challenge you is, we have to work from today, 15th. See kesho. If you have to instruct your accountant, please tell them, kama ni kukata kata. In the worst case scenario, kama si kukata, unaona watu wa boda boda, wanatuanga 200. Page, the last page of this book, let's go there please. Unaona kitu iko hapo, last page kabisa. Unaona kitu inaitwa nini? Hello? Can you see something M-Pesa? Can you see something, the second bullet? Imeandikwa D, deposits, e.g. 0xxxd. Unaona hiyo kitu? If today you decided, from today, hata accountant asinikate, but nikipata 200 natuma Waumini. Sawa sawa? Kama ule bodaboda guy, 200, I can assure you you'll get there. And sometimes, si payslip peke yake tunatoanga pesa. Unaweza pita hivi kama ule amepata 1000 yake 15, aseme hizi 5 sasa, sababu sikuwa nazo, acha 5 ama 10 niweke huko. You are building your future. Si ni sawa? Sawa? So please take note of that. You don't have to wait your institution to deduct your money. I know the taxes have come on board, zimekukata. So hata payslip kusema ukatwe tena hakuna mahali, si ndio? Hello? Ama ni yangu peke yake? Tunaweza kuwa unauzanga mayai. Na hiyo mayai unakula, pesa unawekewa hapo hata ujui. Unaweza pata kwa nyumba yako kuna pesa imehang mahali. Throw in there. Sawa? So you can put in there continuously until you build your empire. So how we shall grow our revenue by 26% is by you agreeing that to recruit members, we shall have more deposits, we shall protect our investment and patronize loans. I believe we are able to do even revenue of more than 2 billion in the next 2-3 years. Trust you me. It's possible. Sini sawa? Tuko sawa? So that's the income. Now, let's go to expenses. On the expenses, there is a bit of growth in expenses. And when you see the personnel, you can see we are proposing to have 132, up from 111, but lower than the approved budget of 153. And I like what one of our members was also asking about our staff. So you also need to look at the welfare of our, but within what we are able to. Financial cost, we are proposing at 100 million, but what has contributed that 100 million? Can you see kuna line hapo inaitwa impairment on investment? Yenye iko na 34 million. So we are providing ahead of time. Tunaomba, we've seen the government come up and say, pesa yetu KUSCO italetwa. Hiyo pesa tu tumeka kando. And I want to explain the concept of provisioning. Provisioning doesn't mean ni pesa umetupa hapana. Unasema, because I'm not so sure hii pesa itakuja, acha kwa akili yangu nijuange hii pesa sina. So naeka kando mahali. You understand what you're saying now? So that 34 million is not an expenditure. Nobody, in fact, even the 17 million that we are saying, not that we paid anybody, only that we said we will not recognize it as revenue. Ndio tusikule pesa tujaan. You understand where we are coming from? Hello? Tuko pamoja? So that financial cost has gone high, yes, but there is that 34 million. So if KUSCO is up and running tomorrow, that's not longer an expense to us. You understand? Tuko saadi hapo? I wanted to explain that. Then administrative costs, they are quite a number. It will be going up highly kidogo from the current 65 to 87. So that's a proposal again. Depreciation of the assets that we have, it will be growing from 12 to 16. The depreciation of either the assets that we have, the computer systems, the computers and the buildings and all that. Now, I want to spend a bit of time on marketing. What on marketing? Hello? Yes. Are you there? Yes. And there's something we called Consolata Declaration. Consolata? I don't know. Kuna mtu ameuliza hiyo pesa yenye watu wamepewa itatoka wapi? 15. Unajua inaweza kuwa pia ni swali la mjauliza. Can I ask on your behalf? That tumeona tumepewa watu 15,000, mwingine 10,000 na mwingine 5,000. Did you hello? Ama nauliza swali yenye mko anayo kwa akili. You know, people could be asking questions which are not there. Let me explain this. And I love what my brother Zach was saying. The distance from Nairobi to Turkana. Remember, Waumini Sacco is a national? Waumini Sacco is a national? From the farthest point ni Lokichogi. What's the farthest point uko, Bwana Zach? Uko, farthest point of Kenya, all the way to Lamu. Waumini Sacco is there. Simona kuna Diocese of Malindi here. Have you seen that? So what is the cost of sending someone from Applewood to go and recruit members in Lokichogio? Try to imagine. Siko juu. So why should we be sending people from Nairobi to come and recruit and Zaka Kopale? You understand now? So we have provided a budget, and just to answer the question that Zach was asking, now there is a budget that will enable you to be our agent down there, to recruit members, to mobilize deposits, to answer the questions, and you become the face of Waumini down there. And with that, hiyo tunaweza piga makofi because it's important. Let me explain why. Last year, we spent 22 million. Can you see that figure, 22 million? On marketing. Can you see how much we are proposing? 17 million. Meaning, we are even saving more by engaging you. So we are saving the organization. Sijua mumeelewa hiyo? Because if it's my brother Zach is already in Lodwar. So ile fare kutoka Nairobi kwenda Lodwar tutaspend, si ndio? He is already there. Kama ni material anatumua ziko pale. Kama ni recruit members, is doing it from there. And we are saying not that hatutakuja, but we are scaling it down to give you the opportunity. See how much are we providing for the delegates? Close to 2 million, 1.8 million. That's a kitty that is meant to facilitate you to be our agents out there. So my request is, kesho ni 16th. On 17th, be the first to request. Because next year I would wish by the time tunakuja hapa, the leading will not now be having 58. We'll be having much more. And Waumini will be the giant of whom we should be. Let me ask you, and of course I'm not allowed to give names. There is one of the banks in Kenya. Who are the members? Do they have any bank? Do you know any bank that has organic members? Tunasema hawa wanafaa kwa hii bank. Kuna yote? Allow me to digress, niulize. Kuna banki inaitwa Absa. Umeisikia tukisema Absa inafaa kwa ni hawa watu? Ama Equity ama wale wengine? But they market looking for anybody, si ndio? Hello? But sisi tunasema we are a Catholic circle. So meaning anybody who is Catholic should first be coming to Waumini. So if we are able to get these people, we have an entry point, si ndio? And if these people come, I can assure you, we are saying we are a 7.4 billion circle. In less than 5-10 years, we could more than double that. We are saying we are close to a 20 billion circle. It's doable. It will mean better returns for you, better stability for us. Sini sawa? Thank you. So that's what I wanted to say about marketing and the rest. So with that, next year we hope, God willing, we shall be here distributing a surplus of 676 million, up from 534, meaning we shall have made close to 130 million more this year, more than last year. Sawa? So that's a proposed budget, but I've told you, it will only work if everybody accepts to work and play their role. The CEO has already told you there shall be quarterly reports to the delegates to tell you how you're doing. So easy appreciation will not wait for next year. Every quarter, you'll be able to get to know who is faring on how. So that's a budget that I have, and I would wish maybe we have a proposal and a seconder, then we can discuss it. Yes, I can see my brother there.
We'll allow the members in the diaspora also to participate.
Oh,
George.
sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
James Bundi, 03573.
Thank you, James. Okay, tumemwambia the budget ina proposal na watu wa diaspora. So next, tuko juu.
Karaoke Catherine, 02143.
Thank you so much. Any quick
I
reaction?
second.
Thank you. Any quick reaction? There is still some agenda coming up. But even before the reaction, thank you, my brother, I can see your hand. Am I getting the commitment that we shall walk this talk? You see, it's one thing for me to come and bring the budget here, but if you don't walk that talk, it will remain on paper. But if we agree from today, things must change, that my 200 shillings must come to Waumini, my members must come to Waumini, any Catholic faithful I get, any institution that is out there, they will come to us. I can assure you, tutaacha kusema budget yetu ni ya 1 billion. We'll grow and grow and grow. If there is one wealthy institution in the world, is the church, if you didn't know. We are not poor. Let no one tell you that the church is, we are not. Sasa, thank you. Then we can get the reaction. And we can try, I can see time is far much spent. We can have maybe 2 if allowed, at most.
Okay, thank you so much, Treasurer. I am 31381.
Yes.
So I wanted to, I have 3 issues to talk about.
Yes.
The first one is on the institutional capital.
Yes.
We have left what we could have gotten today so that we become stronger tomorrow, but we still seem to be weak, 8 point something, 8.32 against a minimum of 8. So then we need also to know what was the percentage last year. Then on our risk, the portfolio, I wanted to ask, what was the portfolio last year? Have we improved? But by how much? It is not shown. Then basically, we have a revenue of 800 million. Half of it, we have taken to ourselves, tumepigia mwili pole, that is 400 million. Then 300 million, we have used to get the 800 million. Is that not so high? Can we reduce it? Those are the 2 things I wanted to talk about.
Okay, thank you. We can also get that one, then we react to those 2.
There's also one concerned upstairs.
Okay.
Member number 37748, John Morimi is my name. My question is in line with what has been asked. On what can our management and our board do better in managing our operational expenditure? Because it's on this basis that we get distribution of dividends. One particular line I've picked is on external auditors. This is on page 60, where we had budgeted 1.8 as for last year's budget. Actual expenditure was 1.5. The approved budget for last year, or for this year, current year, is 2.6. But we are proposing an additional 1 million to 3.2. And if you look at the actual for 2023, was 850,000. What is advising this spike of close to 800%, actually 400%?
Sorry, the last part, if you can come up. Where that
The
was.
actual, if you go to our P&L, the
Yes.
notes.
Yes, we are there. That's page 38. Or where are you?
I want to look at the notes relating
Okay.
to administrative expenditure.
Yes.
Page number 50.
Yes.
Audit fee for 2023
Yes.
was 850,000.
Yes.
The proposed budget for this year is 3.2. Over a span of 2 years, that figure has grown like 4-fold. What is the informing parameters to this spike?
Okay, thank you. I know there are a few questions, but allow me, if we could handle this, then we give you a chance so that even members can follow. Otherwise, when there are too many, members may not be able to follow. And I'm also looking at the CEO. But there was one question, our portfolio at risk. I want to take you to page 32. Page 32, team, where we were having the statistical information. Page 32. Are we there? Page 32. So we are saying this should be 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth item from down there. Can you see somewhere where it's written total delinquency on loans? Have you seen that? So we are saying the standard should be less than 5%. 2024 performance was? And 2023? So though we have improved, we are not where we should be. So I wanted to answer him with the data in here to say yes, we should be at less than 5%. The question on the audit fee, page 50. So page 15. Are we there? Can you see that audit fee expenses? You can see in 2023 it was 850. Last year it was 1.5. Hello? Yes, now. Last year when we were here, you remember, we had people who were called Ronalds. Do you remember? And they finished their term last year. We also floated this year to get the most competitive. We got Kamwara. Their cost was slightly higher. However, as per the audit, it's not just this audit that we did. This year, there are several audits that we've done, including systems audit. Remember, it's not just, this is the financial auditor, but we also have systems audit that should be done at least every 3 years. Systems audit, ni ile inakuja inaangalia even the system that we are using. Can someone come in and do any fishy business with it and all that? So that also explains why that figure had to go higher, because you remember last year, but when we did systems upgrade? Do you remember systems upgrade? Now we need to audit that system also to see whether it's viable or not and giving us the results. That explains it. We got a new vendor, so Kamwara did this year as the first year. Hello? So that explained the cost, and we had the systems audit that is also coming up. So that explains it. But there is something that my brother has said, and I would wish we pay attention to it. Hello? Hello? You know, he's saying something, he has said it in low tones, but it's very weighty. Amesema hivi. We made 800 million. Na more than nusu tunataka kudistribute sukule. You know, that should also ring a bell. Hello? Mulisikia hiyo ama ni mimi nilisikia? He is trying to challenge us. There comes a time when we have to give more to the institution so that we can milk it more in the future. And I want to challenge you because it's public information. When Safaricom came up, people bought shares and all that. For a while, they never gave any dividends. Do you remember? Do you remember? And they plowed back. Do you remember? But you can see what Safaricom is today globally because people reinvested. Just imagine for once, I'm not saying that's how we shall do it in the future, that the entire 420 million, we said we are plowing it back to Waumini. I'm not saying that will happen now, but it's doable. Maybe in future when our revenue grows to 10 billion, we could be reinvesting back close to $1 billion to ensure that Waumini is a giant. Sawa sawa? So that was very important, and thank you for that. Then we can get the second reaction. I know we are out of time. Yes, my brother. Then we go up. Please, we can limit them. Time. We are out of time, oh, sorry. And as you come in, I'm also being reminded I'm out of time. So I seek your indulgence, Chair. Maybe this could be the last one, if allowed. Thank you.
So I have 3 issues. One I'll reserve for a session, not this particular session, but 2 concern this particular session. Number 1, I wish to bring to the attention of members, would you mind going to page number 20? Page number 20. Hapo kwa resolutions. Bullet 1, sub-bullet number 2, EOB, as per Article 9. All of you are there? It says that the board shall be paid 0.3% of the total turnover as honoraria. Sawa, totaling to around 2.515 million. What does say? Inamaanisha bwana treasurer pale amesema kwamba everything the appropriations zinakuja baada ya tumetoa expenses zote. Lakini what this means ni kwamba ukienda page 58 total turnover is 838 million. Sawa? So the board is proposing kwamba honoraria tupeane basing on turnover. Sawa sawa. Why don't we maybe revise that policy and also affect them also kwamba honoraria itapeanwa based on performance, meaning is a surplus after tax but before distribution. Sawa? Ndio kama ni kuumia tunaumia sisi sote. Si kwamba wao wanachukua ile ya juu before any expenses. lakini ikifika kwa distribution ni after expenses. That is one. Number 2, tuende kwa budget. Kwa budget, upande wa governance, and I'll reference that to page number 58, item number 28A. Key management personnel and directors remuneration. Ukiangalia salaries, last year was 74 million, this year is 81. That is an increment of about 9%. Sawa sawa. Ukikuja kwa board of directors allowances, last year was 9, this year is 19. What does that translate to? 110%. So what I would wish to know is what advised the 110% increment of allowances and of board directors' allowances, yet we are claiming issue of austerity measures for the benefit of the SACCO. Tukiendelea hivi, so meaning next year, 110% of 19, itakuwa ngapi? Around 39 million. Santi.
Thank you, thank you. And I love those comments. They are very progressive, for sure. Thank you. Thank you. So allow me to maybe start with where you've just left and clarify. Delegates, page 60, please. Page 60. So, there was a column 2, actual 2024. Are we there? You went nayo chini. Actual 2024 went chini, eh? Are we there? Page 60. Are we there? Thank you. So you can see governance cost, eh? So you can see board members' expenses. There is a 4.8. Can you see that? There is committee 10. There is stakeholder. Then there is ADM expenses. Then there is a delegates, members, training, and airtime. Now, this figure that you're seeing on page 58, move with me to 58 now, that my brother was asking, 28A, whatever you're seeing there as 19, I think that narration should be reading more of governance because there is a 3.9 million there of this what we are calling delegates and members training stroke airtime. So quick maths so that you get the 19 where it's coming from. Do 4.8. Can you see the 4.8? Can you see that figure? 4,856,057. Just a minute. 4,856,057. You add, there is that figure of 10,907,218. Okay? Then you add this one for delegates, 39,30,689. You get 19? 19 what? 693,964. Did you get something like that? Now go to page 58. So the narration there actually should be as part of governance. But he has a point that he has also raised on that cost, how it should be managed. I think we also take that. And the second question that he was asking, and I think it's a discussion that we should be having maybe, and I'm also looking at the chair for maybe as a way of going forward, where even the honoraria, and I know it's a special resolution, whether it's pegged on the surplus or on the top line. I think that one I'll leave it to the chair to execute. But that 19, sir, like you had noted, that's how it was arrived at. So actually, if you are to compare purely, there was that also increase from that front. Yes. Yes. Yes, 15, yes.
Yes. Around 15.76. Now the 15.76,
yes,
when you do the mathematics,
yes,
translates to 38.24% increment from last year. That is on the board allowances and the board members' expenses and committee allowances, yes, which is a bit too high. Bearing in mind, marupurupu ya wafanyikazi was only 9%, but for the board goes to over 30%.
Okay. And there's something also, and I love what he's saying. And I would wish to explain one more thing. Again, sorry? Okay, thank you. Thank you. And just to answer the concern. So the question is, there is an increase from 9 to 15. That's the issue, see, my brother. Now, I also want to take you back to page 60. You know, it's also good to compare like to. Compare like to. So the actual, what did we budget for? Let's start there. Last year when we were here, can you see budget 2024? Hello? Budget 2024. What was the budgeted figure for governance expense? If you can see it, please let me know. No, last year, budgeted. Hello? 36? Can you see 36, 809, 314? So that's what we sat here first and said that's the ceiling at that point. The actual was 32, 764, 686, okay? Tukosadi hapo. With the breakdown as given as the board expenses, committee allowances, stakeholder, meetings, ADM expenses, delegates, and airtime expenses. So now we may need to look at which are the areas that went higher than they were the previous year. And now, look at it this way. On the board expenses, there is a note on the board expenses. Let's go there. This is page 51. Can you see page 51? Tunataka tuende pamoja sasa, and I hope it clarifies the matter. It's very important. Are we there? So, ADM expenses is the first line. Can you see that note 9? I hope you are there. Hello? So we are saying ADM expenses, last year it was 7.4. The previous year was how much? As actual, not budgeted. Stakeholder engagement, and there is something that the chair has said here. Last year was 5.5, and the other year was? And there's something that the chair has also said, that unlike other years, last year we got how many bishops? Were they 4 or 5? Unlike other years. Let's look at the board training. You see, it's good to break it down, and seminars. And these are not costs that come to the board. They are paid to the institutions out there to serve you. This is not money that anybody takes. So it was 4.8 up from 4.4. Are we there? Hello? Then we go to board allowance. We've seen 2.5 from 2.0. Signatories, 1.7 from 1.6. 1.4 is the next credit from 1.3. Then 1.2 from 1.1. Then 1 million from 700. So the best way, my brother, to compare it, then it would be comparing like to like. And the only vote head that could have gone higher could have been these stakeholders' engagement for that main reason. However, there is a discussion that we must all have. How efficient are we as a SACCO? Hello? And how efficient are we as a? And what is efficiency? Efficiency is a comparison between your inputs and? So what is the average loan interest within Waumini SACCO? Tunalipishanga pesa ngapi? Ukichukua loan, interest? 12%, si ndio? Aya, sasa tunapeana interest ya ngapi? 8.5. On top of that, tumeongeza dividends. Sema, because dividends si mingi itakuja 1%. So meaning, for every 12 shillings that we make, 9.5 shillings comes back to the members. Hello? Tuko pamoja? Umelo hesabu? That ukichukua, how does Waumini make money? Waumini makes money when you give us your deposits, you come and borrow and pay at an interest. Sawa? Hello, tuko pamoja? And we say the interest on average is what? 12? Sahi, we are giving you 8.5% back of that money, plus almost 1% or thereabout, which is dividends. So for every 12 shillings that we make, 9.5 goes back to the member. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? So for every 12 shillings we make, 9.5 comes back to. So what is meant to run the organization and ensure that we are stable is 2.5 shillings for every 12 shillings. And I agree. That could be around 30% if I'm not wrong, 20-something to 30%. And that's a discussion that we need to be having. We've already started with marketing. I agree with also governance, and it's a discussion all over, by the way. As you can see this team here, it's a discussion all over. How are we trying to get more while spending less? So I love that discussion. And on the issue of honorarium, I think I'll leave it to the chair. If it's a special resolution, why not? I think we are quite open. So thank you so much. And I know the time is far much spent than we expected. Chair, we beg for your indulgence so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Let's continue appreciating our treasurer. Thank you very much, treasurer, for that elaborative report. At this particular moment, I'll invite the ministry official to brief us on ministry issues concerning the SACCO and also on the special resolution. Mr. Peter Kivindio, karibu sana. Clap for him as he comes, please.
The board of directors, supervisory committee members, and delegates. Good afternoon. Kivindio Peter is my name. I'm a cooperative officer attached in Dagoretti sub-count, and I'm glad to be here today to conduct some of the agendas, of which some are resolution and elections. First, I would like to appreciate the Board of Management for the work well done. Simnaona these trophies, and the industry is very competitive. And those trophies, if you look at the area of concern, the area which they were recognized being best performing, there is no area of IAS giving dividend society. Kunayo. It's for the best performing. And I concur with our chair what he said. Initially, the means was recognizing the societies with higher rates of dividends. But they came to recognize that the board on those societies, they are doing so to please the members to retain them. And also to encourage the public to register with the society. And in the real sense, there is no business. They go extra borrowing externally. And in the real sense, when you apply for a loan, it takes 1 or 2, 3 months. And you know our core mandate is to save and give loans. So this team is doing a wonderful job. Can you kindly clap for them? And the resolution. I've had a member with an issue with the resolution, part B of it. Which page was it? Oh, page 20. It's my duty to bring the resolution to you so that you are the supreme authority to pass it or reject it, okay? So we go to resolution number 1, to approve the payment of interest on deposit for the year ended at 1st December 2024 at 8.5% and dividend at 15%, being Kenya shillings 418,327,212, and Kenya shillings 76,295,559 respectively. Are we passing that resolution? Can we have a proposer? Due to interest of time, let us be fast enough.
I propose member number 021499.
Who seconds?
I second. Member number 38713.
Okay.
038713.
B, as per Article 9 of Waumini compensation policy, which provides that the board shall be paid 0.3% of the total turnover as honoraria to award the board and the supervisory committee honoraria amounting to 2,515,530, down from the approved amount of Kenya shillings 2,996,740, having achieved 83.88% of the approved budget in the year 2024. Honoraria is just a token to the board and supervisory committee members for the work done, well done. Do we have a proposer? Proposer.
Member number 027968, I propose.
Seconder, please.
Member number 09146, I second.
Thank you. Tunaendelea. Number 2, resolution number 2, to appoint Mwangi and Kamara Associates, certified public accountants for the year 2025. Proposer? Uko juu tumenyamaza sana.
Member number 016130, proposed.
Seconder.
Member number 37862, I second.
Thank you. Resolution number 3, to retain the borrowing powers at 5% of the SACCO's assets of the last audited accounts. Proposer?
#05 1639, proposer.
Seconder.
039 181, seconder.
Okay, we are done with the resolutions. We are going to the elections. And as a norm, a third of the committee members or board of directors should be retiring annually. And for this reason, the SACCO has 3 vacancies in the board and 1 in supervisory committee, with effect from the date of the next annual delegates meeting to be held on 15 March 2025, in accordance with the circular from the Ministry of Cooperative Development dated 25th January 2008. The vacancies in the board and supervisory are as follows. In board, the retirees were Peter Kimaninginya, is from Nairobi Zone. Maslinas Osiemo Ounde is also from Nairobi, and Father George Maingi from Nairobi. In Supervisory, we have Patrick Ombanjo Wadera from Nairobi. They are retiring, but they are also eligible for re-election. The nomination committee invited interested delegates to apply. The applicants were analyzed and vetted, after which the following were considered successful. And the successful applicants for nomination to the board of directors were Peter Kimani Nginya, member number 01805. Number 2, Maslinas Osiemo Ounde, membership number 025110. Number 3, Martin Kioko Muli, 022079. That's the membership number. And in a supervisory, there was Patrick Ombanjo Wandera. Membership number is 013385. I would like to front them here so that we can get a proposal and a seconder for each candidate. Okay, the position in board, they were 3 positions, and we got on 3 candidates, and they were successful. So we just endorse them through proposal and seconding. Can we see those applicants come here in front? Have you seen them? So, waongee ama we just endorse them? Panda hapa juu wanasema hivyo. Maslinas hapa waone. Wanasema mkuje hapa juu. So you give them mic? Okay, we have to get a proposal and a seconder for each candidate. Okay, we start with Maslinas. Maslinas maybe hawakujui. Mnawajua wote? Then a proposal for Maslinas. It's a requirement. It's a requirement. Yes.
Yeah, member number 017336. I propose.
You are proposing Maslinas.
Maslinas.
Okay. Seconder.
Number 2609, I second.
Okay. We go to the next person, that's Martin Kioko. Proposer?
017871, I propose.
Seconder?
I second.
Yes.
043-629.
043?
43.
Yeah. Okay. The third candidate, Peter Kimani.
018451, I propose for Peter.
Seconder?
09146, I propose.
Okay. You second. So the 3 are elected and opposed. So they sit down? Okay, thank you. And now we go to Supervisory Committee. Supervisory, there was only one applicant, Patrick Obajo Wandera. Let's have a proposal and a seconder for him.
Crispinas Liuva Singer, member number
48, 957, I propose.
Okay, thank you. Second.
Member number 041675, I second.
Okay. So I declare Patrick Wadera elected and opposed to the position of provision. So, delegates, we have elected board members and committee member, not position. They will sit down and reorganize themselves. Within 7 days, they give us the position, maybe chair, vice. It's done like that. So members don't elect position, they just elect committee members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ministry Official. We want to thank you for making this exercise very simple and easy. We are coming to the tail end of our program today. I don't know if the Ministry Official has any communication stipulated. There isn't. Then, at the moment, I'm going to invite the chair to give a vote of thanks. Welcome the chair, please.
Hello, good people. Hello. May I seek your indulgence that I make the final remarks where we are standing as a sign that we are on our way. Thank you so much. Before I make my final remarks, permit me to recognize the presence of one of us who walked in late, Father Maingi. Dear team, this is yet another testimony that we can do things differently. Because I can't clap on my own, may I again request all of you to clap for all of us. Number two, I had a small clarification. Actually, it was a question that was raised by a member, and our treasurer asked that I respond on the question of honoraria. I'm a very ardent observer of rules. It is within the mandate of delegates to make certain determinations, right? And I think if it is in our interest that we refute that policy, because it's a policy, my brother, we can bring it as a special resolution in the next so that that be revised. And I think from where I stand as an individual, I absolutely have no reservations if it is going to make us better and if it's going to make us stronger. And if they allow me to say on their behalf, because I've worked with these people, I know the kind of team that we currently have. I think that that is a worthy idea to entertain. Have I said that on your behalf, team? Thank you so much. May I congratulate our new old members of the board, and I can confirm that it has been a spectacular privilege working with Maslinus and Peter, and of course, Father Maingi, who is outgoing. We thank you for your wonderful service. And allow me, in the presence of the delegates, welcome on board our brother Martin Kyoko. I want once again to attach myself to the interest that were given through our treasurer and the dear team, because we have agreed we need to take Waumini to the next level. I hope that at individual level, you have made your resolutions. True, false? I am convinced, because again, I have an idea of the kind of delegates that we have currently. Let us build our wealth. Let us help our members, wherever they are, so that we can point to the moon beyond even their own individual ambitions. It is doable. It can be done. There is a question that people usually ask. Today it has not been asked. I want to volunteer. Today I want to be the principal delegate. CEO, when are we expecting money in our account? Well, yeah, please answer that question.
Thanks, delegates. Because of the logistics of preparing the same, of course, we started last week, but there are other parameters that needs to be followed. So expect the dividends and interest by Wednesday next week.
Thank you so much, Panasio. So on Wednesday, all of us, including myself, will be waiting, right? Thank you, team. My regards to all of you. There are also our many Aarons, I know, in our families. Some of you are being missed home. Please appreciate them on our behalf. May I now, with humility, request a delegate to lead us in closing prayer, even as I declare our 44th annual delegate meeting officially closed. Somebody wants to make an announcement, but as we have a final prayer, I will request Father Maingi to bless us after the final prayer. I'm told there is an announcement, yes?
Yeah. Dear delegates, as you go out, kindly pick an extra copy of the booklet so that you can take to your various units so that we can continue spreading the good news of our Waumini circle.
Thank you. My brother, the one who's going to lead us in prayer, just come and say prayer from here.
Na tuombe kwa jina la Baba, la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amina. Baba yetu uliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako ufike, utakalo lifanyike duniani kama mbinguni. Tupe leo mkate wetu wa kila siku, utusamehe makosa yetu kama tunavyowasamehe na sisi waliotukosea. Usitutie katika kishawishi, lakini tuokoe maovuni. Amina. Tunasema ni asante Mungu Baba kwa wema wako. Hii siku ilipagwa kitabo, lakini sisi hatungeweza kuifika kama sio wewe ambaye umetujalia na wakati huu wote. Wengi wamesafiri kufika hapa na wengine pia watasafiri kurudi mahali walitoka. Haya yote tunakuaminia kwa sababu wewe ndiye unajua umuhimu wa huu mkutano. Wewe ndiye unajua umuhimu wa pesa zetu ambazo tunaegeza na Waumini Sacco. Mungu tunakuomba uweze kuinua Waumini Sacco katika level ingine, ili sisi hata uzao wetu uweze kufurahia nafasi kama hii ambayo tuko hapa. Naomba uweze kuwabariki viongozi wetu kiongozwa na Dr. Ukari, na hata hawa wameingia kwa Sacco kwa wakati, wameingia kwa board wakati huu, ili pamoja waweze kuungana na kuweza kuleta Sacco na kuweza kuleta Sacco pamoja na waweze kuadvance Sacco level ingine. Tunaomba uweze kuwa nasi, bariki shilingi yote ile ambayo tunaegeza katika Sacco ili iweze kutufaidi na kufaidi hata the generation to come. Na hayo yote Mungu tunaomba utujalie safari njema tukielekea nyumbani, na uweze hata kutusaidia tuweze ile pesa ambazo tunatarajia kupata from Wednesday tuweze kufurahia mazao ya kazi zetu. Naye Mungu tunakuomba. Salamu Maria, umejaa neema, Bwana yu nawe. Umebarikiwa kuliko wanawake wote, ni Yesu mzao wa tumbo lako amebarikiwa. Maria mtakatifu mama wa Mungu, tuombee sisi wakosefu, sasa na saa ya kufa kwetu. Amina. Utukuzwe Mungu Baba, Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu, sasa na siku zote za milele na milele. Amina.
Atukuzwe Mungu Baba, Mungu Mwana na Mungu Roho Mtakatifu. Atukuzwe Mungu Baba, Mungu Mwana na Mungu Roho Mtakatifu. Bwana awe nanyi. Awabariki Mungu Mwenyezi, Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Lakini hata sasa asema Bwana, nirudieni mimi na mioyo yenu yote. Ni hata sasa asema Bwana, nirudieni nyinyi na mioyo yenu yote. Asanteni, muwe na safari njema.